Holy she, 3 days in a row? W? 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 Evan, hope you're doing well. Will be lurking, too much to do.
Good morning, my friends. That's right, we back. Yep. What a day, man. 3 days in a row in August. I know, it's crazy, right? It's like the whole month is turning around, finally. God damn, my light is bright. Oh god, I can't even see Spotify. I gotta fix this light, man. Holy, this shit's bright. I had to adjust my camera so it wasn't just like blinding. I gotta add extra light there too. All right, we're good. Good morning. Yes, hello. Hello. Good morning, Atari. Good morning, Steel. Good morning, Ashy. Good morning, Cobalt. Thank you, Steel and Cobalt, for the subs. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Seriously. Ashy. Decided my next character. Decided my next character. Yep. Yep. I'm going to play a Hamadryad. I have art and everything for her, so or you know, something like that. Atari, I'm glad you finally got on a plane. Canadians sure are lucky to have a great airline like WestJet. Let's not say anything inflammatory, Atari. I know that you're, you know, a big fancy American coming to the small little outpost, the colony, the hat called Canada. But there's no need to say anything to intentionally upset Canadians, like praising WestJet. So, whew, man. Good morning, Samurai. What's up, dude? How's it going? See, you thought I'd miss YouTube chat. You thought I'd miss YouTube chat, but I never fucking miss YouTube chat anymore. I'm the GOAT when it comes to not missing YouTube chat. Best part of this week has been able to chill here while I'm working on projects and stuff. Definitely needed. Bro, it's been awesome to have you around. Seriously. I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys got going on, because it seems like you got some stuff in the works brewing. We're feeling creative this week. You know, we're feeling the flow. We got things to do. We got projects. We all got not degenerate hours of Baldur's Gate 3 to play. We have actual projects this week, you know? Because I tried to play Baldur's Gate the other day. I tried, and it hasn't been long enough. I need to forget more about the game, and I can't wait to forget about the game. Right? You ever love a game so much that you just can't wait for the couple of years to go by, and then you forget about it, and then you get to play it again? Man. But yesterday, speaking of games that I'm gonna go degen on, maybe. World of Warcraft Midnight, the announcement trailer hit, which was a thing. I watched it yesterday evening. And it was I don't know. Did anybody I don't know if there's any World of Warcraft fans left in this guild with me, but I watched it. I don't know, man. I don't know. From a lore perspective, don't quite get what they're going for, but hey, new expansion on the horizon, so that's great. What else was announced at Gamescom? Gamescom. That was the thing that's happening this week, right? Bunch of big games, bunch of big things happening, bunch of studios making moves, some new game projects maybe to be excited about. You know, some new some new reasons to wish that I had a PlayStation or whatever fucking consoles the kids use these days. I don't know, man. I honestly don't think I'll buy a PlayStation 5. I just never see any titles for it that I'm like, man, I gotta play that. But I'm thinking maybe there's actually a good case in owning a Switch 2. So that'll just stay in PC gaming supremacy or something like that. Larry made her Twitch account last night, and she's coming over to work on cosplay, so she'll be hopping in here soon for the very first Twitch stream ever. Oh shit, really? God damn, dude. That's official. That's official, man. I'm honored. That's fuck yeah, dude. That's so cool. I wish I have friends to work on cosplays and shit with. That's so rad, dude. You know? I love that you guys do that. I love you guys play D&D and cosplay and do cool shit together and just have fun making videos and whatever. It's really awesome, man. I miss having a little creative clan like that. It's pretty cool. So, but I will be playing a new D&D campaign soon. I'm thinking. I've been planning this shit since like January, and we're almost there. By we, I mean me. I'm almost there. I almost have things ready to go because I haven't been DMing. I've been focusing on adventure writing and stuff like that over the past, 6 months, 8 months, something like that. And I think that I am basically almost ready to jump back into running a game every single week. So that is something I realized that I didn't realize that I missed so much until it was gone. I think that like DM burnout's not like really a thing that I ever suffer from, but I think that taking a bit of a break to catch up with the story, to work ahead a little bit, is always nice. And I think I'm glad that I had that, but I kind of wish that it hadn't gone on for so long. So a sci-fi D&D from WotC wasn't on my scorecard. Wait, what? Really? Looks very 5th ed in space that wants some of that Mass Effect like Baldur's Gate money. Was this did I miss this announcement? Is this some shit? Wait, we got some D&D WotC video game space thing. Gamescom WotC. Was this a game that I missed? Because I didn't catch all the announcements. Wait, what's it called, Samurai? Wait, what? Because listen, I enjoyed Baldur's Gate. I enjoyed Mass Effect. All right, I'll try and find it later. I don't see anything popping up here on the cursory Google glance. But there's a bunch of titles that I missed because I didn't watch the entire presentation. Well, actually, sorry. So I did, but I was just like doing other stuff. So I was distracted, man. Listen, this is the problem whenever I'm watching or listening to anything while I'm working. I'll like listen to a D&D podcast or watch a stream or listen to something like the Gamescom or whatever. Just completely miss like a good half hour of it or whatever. Going on Discord. Where is this shit? Stream topics? Oh, DM. Fuck yeah. All right. Exodus. Oh, what is this stuff? Wait, what do we got going on here? Traveler's Handbook. Exodus Tabletop RPG Collection. Oh, shit, man. A live-action tabletop RPG series set in the world of Exodus, the upcoming sci-fi RPG video game. So, is this a TTRPG and a video game, I guess? Is this a thing? Encyclopedia, book... Wait, what? Visit exodusgame.com. Alright, what do we got? So, okay, so this is the video game. And then there's also a TTRPG. Interesting. Oh, shit, dude. I like the vibe. I don't know. I like a ton of different vibes when it comes to sci-fi. Everything from your sort of grounded kind of like what's that TV show called that I enjoy? Fuck, wait. I'm so bad with remembering names for things. It is the one that is about mining colony, asteroid belt stuff. Murder mystery, first season. Don't want to spoil anything. Shit. I don't know, whatever. But I like anything from the grounded sci-fi all the way up to like crazy like Dune kind of shit. So this seems right up my alley, man. I need some Mass Effect in my life. It was a story trailer. Secret level, like the studio secret level, the guy. Is that a thing? All right. Well, Traveler and Mass Effect Expanse. Yes, thank you. The Expanse. That's the word for the show that I'm looking for, is the Expanse. Yes, that's cool. All right. This seems cool. It seems right up my alley. So, that's awesome, dude. Fuck yeah, man. And it has a TTRPG. Look, if they're just doing a cash grab for some shit, but it's a good cash grab that I have fun with, then I am willing to let them grab my cash. All right? I miss spending money on things that I want to spend money on. All right? There was a time when I would go to the game store and there were everything from Magic the Gathering sets I wanted to buy to board games that were coming out that I was excited about, all the way to miniatures games, TTRPGs, the whole sort, you know? And I was very excited to go to the game store and the comic book shop. And that kind of died after a while, right? There's something happened, a shift. I don't know when it was, but it went from being excited to spend money on something to like kind of, oh God, this is going to cost so much. Which I had that feeling yesterday when I was looking at, pre-ordering the new World of Warcraft expansion, which I've always done, you know? And it's like $120 Canadian to be able to play the full version, whatever, pre-order bonuses, this, that. And it's like, well, why do you need all that, Evan? Well, one, because I've always gotten that and it's fun, but two, because that's the way you play early access, is you have to, if you want to play on release day, you have to buy the $120 fucking collector's edition now. And I wasn't like excited to spend money on it. I was like, oh God. Oh God. My first thought was, I wonder if one of my friends at Blizzard can get me a discounted code for this. So I didn't buy it. I didn't buy shit. To be fair, I can't whine about not paying for things Blizzard related products, because, you know, over the last decade, I've had friends that work at Blizzard basically give me codes for everything. Also, I haven't paid for a World of Warcraft sub in like 5 years because of Dashto working on the WoW team. Just give me a WoW sub every single year. So there's that dice. So I can't complain about having to pay for an addition to the game once every like half decade or whatever, you know? Oh, well. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. I'm sure there'll be games to play. I'm sure there'll be things to do. Okay, like today, we've got to finish some Astral Knight stuff, and then I wanted to start working on our dragon pieces, because I wanted to have both the green dragon pieces that were requested done for Edmonton Expo, which is like in a month-ish or something like that. So we got to get through this one. We got to get through this character today, and then we'll see if today's going to be a bit of a shorter stream, because I got to go take Yuna to a little checkup appointment thingy to make sure she's all good. So we got a motor, man. We got things to do. We got the realms to build. We got recordings to remember. There we go. Wait. Okay, there we go. Dragons, yes. I enjoy drawing dragons. I'm a fan. I'm a dragon aficionado, but I'm pretty particular with my dragons. I like my dragons to have some bulk to them. You know, like I'm not a WotC dragon enjoyer, right? I find a lot of the WotC dragons, like gold dragons and brass dragons and whatever, they don't quite scratch that dragon itch in my brain. You know, I want my dragons to feel like they got some bulk, they got some dangerosity to them. And I don't know. I know this is a hot take, man, but I don't enjoy the like when people try and be too cute and too clever with dragons, something gets lost for me. I am a fan and very fond of the dragons that feel like they are monstrous apex predators, beings of physicality, you know, because I think that dragons are inherently magic. People have that, they have that idea or that concept. The dragons are inherently magical, and fair enough. But I think that then sometimes we see in fantasy that excusing away the physicality of a dragon, you know, the predatory bulk of it. You love Dragonborn? No, I don't really like the way Dragonborn are done, to be honest. I have a couple of commissions coming up here in the next little while to do Dragonborn, but I don't know. Dragonborn aren't really my favorite. I'm gonna like obviously do my best for them, but I don't think I'd ever play a Dragonborn. I think that they're just a little weird, you know? They're not like dragony enough, right? Like I want something that looks kind of like a mix. If I was to play like a draconic race or whatever, I'd want it to be something more like a, I don't know, a mixture between a Dragonborn from D&D and a Drakthir. I want it more dragon and less like human body with just dragon head on it or something. Yeah, thick lizards, exactly. I want them to have wings that look like they can lift you off the ground and fly halfway across the globe, all right? I don't want these spindly little fucking blue eyes white dragon wings. Get out of there. Get out of there. 30 hours until I get to blender everyone's character sheets. I'm so excited. I've been studying on how to TBK for years and finally happening. I know, Ashy. I'm very excited for you. I'm very excited for you. We're gonna all die well. You know, I said that I wanted to do that D&D campaign, the all paladin game where everyone, you know, basically no one made it out alive. And little did I know that you were actually gonna beat me to it. So, because we basically got all paladins, you know, we've more or less got paladins. Every party member is a paladin in one way or another. Elle is an actual paladin. I am an avenger, which is basically a paladin, but not paladin. All right. Vixie is playing a dedicated healer, so she's more or less a holy paladin. And then Ulner can't decide what spec she wants to play, so she's played like 3 different specs since the game started. So perfect paladin, you know? I'm telling you, man. Kind of like the weird and wait, kind of like that they weird and no one really knows why they are. What, dragons or dragonborns? Wait, what part of that? What's your worst TTRPG experiment or experience moment? Go, Natasha. Oh my god, what's up, Natasha? Good to see you, bro. Worst TTRPG experience. Well, you see there's a sword. I don't know, man. I've had so many bad ones at the game store. Like, you know, the thing is, I could tell you stories, Natasha, but you wouldn't believe them. You wouldn't believe them. You might, but the greater internet wouldn't. Like, I've told stories before on stream, and I'll see like a first chat be like, that didn't happen. I have had every memeable moment happen at a game store when I was playing D&D there. At my own table, I've had good and bad experiences, but the worst experiences have always been at the game store. I've had Karen moms flinging insults because their kid didn't get the loot. I've seen people lose their shit and have fucking psychotic breakdowns because they died in the game. I've seen everything happen running D&D at the game store. So the worst experience was probably, I mean, it's gonna sound real mean, Natasha. The worst experience I've ever had playing D&D was probably it's probably one of the first times I ever played D&D with the boys at school. I played D&D for the first time with kids my own age at school, like outside of parents and, you know, grandparents and stuff like that, like outside of the family, like real D&D in the wild. I played for the first time with more or less, like, okay, if I were to say the name Sensei Ledoux, would that ring any bells? Because that I played D&D with basically the tall, skinny variant of Sensei Ledoux and the short and fat variant of Sensei Ledoux. You know, this was iconic 2005, like anime era peak trench coat. The worst smelling D&D game I'd ever been a part of. Having to watch Ella's friend Dana get hit on by a guy 4 years older than her who smelled like rabbit piss. I didn't need to go here this morning. I could have forgotten about that for the rest of my life. But I'm just having sights and sounds and smells coming back from that fucking D&D game. That's actually what made me start wanting to play D&D or to DM, because I was like, oh, I can do better. Like my dragons, like my Blackwood dice chunks. It's important, right? Played Druid Siren in the game Academy of Elements. That's dope, dude. A Druid Siren? That's pretty cool. That's pretty rad. Google Translate requires fasting. Yeah, Google. Well, I mean, look, hey. I know, like, English not easy. Okay, give yourself a break. It's fine. Google Translate is doing its best, and you're doing just fine. Worst being semi-forced to DM and then have a dude demand erotic shit repeatedly. I've had friends try and like RP. Like, I just don't do any romance in my games whatsoever. I don't like it as a player. I don't like it as a DM. You can do that shit on your own time, man. Like, I don't fucking, you know, you got your own Shy Lily sub. It's fine. You don't need to do that in our D&D campaign, right? Meetings work are interfering with your socializing. Oh no. Oh no. Damn it, Steve. Why don't you just go get that lottery ticket now? Come on, bro. Come on, man. What are you gonna do? Not play D&D and then work instead? Go to a meeting instead of watching stream and hanging out? What the fuck, dude? Yeah, why don't you choose to just be extravagantly wealthy and able to retire on a yacht and just play D&D? Just fly your D&D players out to wherever your yacht is stationed, and then just play D&D for 3 weeks at a time. I don't get why you're making poor choices as to not choosing to do that. Come on, man. Worst is being 74. Where was I? Meetings. Oh, there we go. I feel like once you become an experienced D&D player, the new players are like 5% good and 95% are like, the fuck is wrong with you? New players are 5% good. You know, I don't teach new players how to play D&D all that often anymore. I don't, man. I've like reached a place in my D&D playing like life that I'm just kind of like exhausted of teaching people how to play D&D. And it's fine. Like I'll probably return to the archetypical, you know, storyteller teacher role that I think is important for DMs to take on at some point in time, but I haven't played with a new player in a long time. I just want to play my nice cozy D&D game with the people that I know and just chill, you know? You know what I mean? I'm really hoping that Ella enjoys this game I play with her. I'm running it just for her, and we're doing the West Marches style thing, so we'll see who wants to play, but I don't know. See if I can convince Ashy to play. Same things, chat. You wouldn't believe nerd fights on fire off the shoulders of Orion. Wait, nerd fights? Watched A1 Rare's glitter in the toilet near the Tannhauser Gate? What the hell is that, Samurai? You got some stories, man. Holy shit, dude. I thought all nerd stories in the UK involved 40k. Yeah, wait, what? The hell? You guys play other games there? God damn, I didn't know. That's a great idea. Now, how to buy that yacht and crew? How to buy the yacht and crew? Oh, jeez. Well, we can figure that part out later, right? Mm-hmm. You know Ginny D? I do know Ginny D. Yes, I'm familiar with her. I haven't seen anything Ginny D's done in a long time, but I have known about Miss D for many years. Not much of a YouTube D&D content creator follower, so I don't really know what's going on in that space, but I'm familiar. Favorite still a session where nothing happened, where a DM spent a month planning a session. We showed up, the session was during your long rest, strangers approach you and say, follow us. And then they begin walking away. Your party declined and tried to stealthily follow them. They literally despawned with no trace. Damn, bro. Damn, you just bugged out the game. Fuck, man. Bugged out the game, dude. I wonder if we can do that in your game. Shit. I mean, wait. No. I would never. I would never. Right? Right? Right. Right? Right. Yeah. Fear not for tomorrow. I will try and bug out the despawn and glitch the NPC. There's like a 60% chance I join the evil witch in her campaign against the light. So just be ready for that shit, Ashy. There's like a non-zero chance. I'll do the cyborg AI. The only way to save humanity is to cleanse humanity kind of shit. Just watch out. Tears in the Rain. Oh, okay, yeah, the Blade Runner. All right. It's a little early for that for me, Samurai. I gotta switch the brain on. Sounds fun. I didn't have a great experience with the group of newbie players. Main character energy separating from the party just because overly edgy characters. They refused to work with the party. One dude played COD the entire time. The DM asked him what he wanted to do. He just went, "What's going on? Sorry, shooting people." Yeah, I mean, man. I don't mind if people are playing or doing other stuff when we're playing D&D, so long as they're like paying attention. because like during my most like long-term online game of D&D that I ever played with the boys, while DMing, I farmed several million gold in herbs in Suramar during Legion while we were playing D&D, just flying around. Right? Just help me kind of like keep my hands busy while I was like DMing and talking and RPing and shit. So I get it. I get the whole doing the thing while you're doing the thing. That's fine. I definitely think the best like video game thing to do whilst playing D&D, if you want to keep yourself busy, is mindless farming in an RPG. Doing profession or like gathering stuff, like fishing, great thing to do while playing D&D. But yeah, I've had friends that like, I mean, to be honest, I'm willing to just like tell people to fuck off, like with a lot of love in my heart after years of that now. I'm very willing to fire D&D for players as friends and friends as D&D players, vice versa, because it's just easier that way, I think, you know? And that isn't like a ooh so badass thing. That's like a lot of people aren't aware that you can do that with your friends. Not that I'm saying that you like are saying that, Natasha. It's just reminding me of that conversation that happens often where, yeah, man, sometimes you gotta tell a person like, hey bro, love you, you're my bro, you're my homie, but I don't think we're gonna play D&D together. I don't think we should do it. No, we should play COD instead. Nobody's tried console commands. That's true, actually. You're right. RPGs just making things up and having fun. They're not that complex. As long as you play with friends, it will go kind of okay. Yeah. It's tough though, hey? You know, try and find the group of friends that are interested in the game. Like, you know what I find is really difficult with a lot of new D&D players? I don't enjoy playing D&D with a lot of the new generation of D&D players. Like, I know this is a bit of a toxic take, but like a red flag for me, if somebody wants to play D&D, is that they started playing D&D in 5th edition. That's a red flag, man. That's a red flag. Not to say that I won't, you know, not to say that I won't play it, but if somebody tells me they start playing D&D 5th ed, I have to ask them a little bit. I have to ask them some questions, you know? Right? I'm like, how long is your backstory? They're like, it's 8 pages. I'm like, ooh, okay. Do you have a mood board for your character? Yes. Ooh. God. Oh no. Oh boy. All right. Shit. Do you have any expectations from this game? Well, oh god. Oh no. Oh boy. Oh yikes. And I'm not backing down from this one. I don't care if I'm the villain here. I don't care if I'm the enemy. Good morning, Ernesto. What's up, Avail? You are early. What the hell, dude? Holy. As long as you're having fun playing RPGs. Play solo scheduling as an adult is hard. Have you actually been playing any solo RPGs recently, Cobalt? Because I know you were like a year ago. We were talking about it last like fall and winter. But are you actually like playing any like regularly? I'd be so curious to hear about how your games are going. Play TFT when I play D&D because I disassociate a lot if I don't get enough stimulation. Yeah, I mean, like TFT isn't like timed or anything, right? So you're not like pulled into it too much, right? Like I think that any game where you have to be responsive to it is bad, but any game where you can like sit on a turn or you don't have to like, you know what I mean? I think that's probably fine. I've never played TFT, but I've watched like probably a half hour of like Thorkin playing it or whatever, and it seems pretty chill. So I kind of get that. Okay, I feel it. You're the Toxic Plague. 2 pages and a page to list all the NPCs related, then concept art of said character. And see, that's great, but that's definitely one of the newer ways of playing D&D. You know? Like, one of the reasons why I'm not very popular with the newer D&D crowd is I'll encourage players to not have their character built before we start playing. Because that's the way the best player that I've ever met plays D&D. And I'm sorry, I love and adore mostly everyone that I've played D&D with in a long term, but nobody I've ever met plays D&D as well as Ella Blackwood. There is a right and a wrong way to play it, and she's basically the example. Now she's not doing that too much, like too narrative heavy in, like, you know, games that we play in recently, but like the one I'm playing with Ashley. But when we're playing like a Realms of Eldara game, she's a champion, man. It's pretty cool to watch her play. If you ever gotten a chance to play with her in the Realms of Eldara or Star Wars or any of those long-term games or whatever, you know? We should play more regularly. Honestly, life has been insanely stressful lately. I feel you, man. I hope you're doing okay, bro. Games in general have been on the back burner. Colostal is great. For sure, love the vibes of those books. Are those the ones we were talking about? There were the like Kickstarter books, or is that a different one? Or they're going to be too expensive for future expansions given tariffs. Oh no. Well, I'm optimistic that the whole tariff thing will figure its shit out. So let's cross our fingers. Hopefully as well, because goddamn, if I have to send stuff to the US, oh man. Oh man. I don't want to be paying those tariffs, man. I don't want to be fucking imparting that upon the good people of the United States of America. I have to pay extra for my shit. And a good robust backstory gives me a lot to work with to really flesh out the character's personality at the table, though. Yeah, I mean, so the advantages and disadvantages with the backstory is that the more you build a foundation, the less flexible you are. And great players are able to build a foundation while remaining flexible. But I always find that the best way to interact, like I don't give a lot of D&D tips because I think that they're cringe, but I think that that's probably maybe it's been enough time, there's been enough separation and distance since the cringe era of D&D how-tos on YouTube. That, or I'm just so checked out that I don't like know any of that shit, right? But I think that having like the example I always give is let's just say that you create a character that is Astarion. You create Astarion, okay? You got this vampire that you worked for, you got all this other stuff, all this drama, all this bullshit, this and that, whatever. And the DM says, I'm going to send you on the Lord of the Rings. So you're going to start in the Shire with your character, and we're going to go on a trek to destroy the ring of the Dark Lord Sauron in Mount Doom. And you can see why that'd be a problem. Where there would be maybe missed opportunity for your character. Right? But I think the temptation is always there to write and to start playing D&D before D&D. But I'll just keep saying it, man. The best players I've ever seen play D&D, they find their backstory as the game progresses and they fit it in with the game. People, this is like a very like new modern take that you don't want to sort of like, that the DM is in service to the player's backstory, but every D&D campaign that I've seen go really well, it's actually the other way around. Because the DM is in service to the story. And if the DM and the players are all in service to the story, then it generally works out really well. But as soon as one person steps out of that, then it gets a little weird sometimes, and not necessarily just really super weird, but it just becomes a little meh. It becomes a little limp, you know. And so if you're not fitting your character into the game, then it's a little bit of a problem. And I think that the best way to not sort of have any of those stumbles is to have a very, very loose backstory. The very most loosest of backstories ever. And I mean, like I don't necessarily. I think this, like, Ella says something very insightful about this that I don't think is necessarily a rule, but it's one of the ways that she channels this really well. Is she says she doesn't play D&D to tell her character's story. She plays D&D to find her character's story. And I think that's very insightful. It's one of those things that I can tell, like, brand new D&D players that really set an expectation for the story. So it's like you're not supposed to be cool when you come into your D&D campaign. You're not supposed to be cool. So you're not supposed to have slayed the vampire count, romanced the queen of the north, you know, slew the fire dragon of the deep sea burrows, and conjured the void from the sun god star, and now you're on the adventure to save the world. No, you're the farm boy on a moisture farm. You're on a fucking moisture farm, and you dream of adventure. That's where, and that sets expectations for a lot of players in a lot better way, I find. You know, obviously there's no wrong way to play D&D, but in my experience, I have found the best, most compelling stories happen when the players are playing the game to find their story, you know? That's pretty loose, gives me a lot of room for DM to traumatize me. Yeah, okay, there's that too, isn't there? Let's jump an explanation for why my weird character exists, but I've always found personally to be party chemistry related, not what I want. Yeah, so Ella will also do that in parties, and she's kind of doing that in our game. I'm not sure if you've seen that, Ashy, but Ella will usually sort of like, she will usually fill the gap, which is really cool. And I'll try and gap fill as well when I'm playing, but I haven't played in a long time, so I don't know if Endrick's gap filling all that much, you know. There is that. Never experienced that. We've always worked really closely with the DM to form a backstory that fits within the story. Yeah, I mean, the problem is the story changes in my experience. So like in the Star Wars game that we played, we started at the Jedi Temple, and this was a Jedi story to go save the whatever. And as the story evolved, it became more of a sort of pulpy kind of dungeon delvey, Uncharted Indiana Jones adventure. And the cool thing about it was watching my players' characters' stories sort of change to mold into that as the story expanded. So like, if you want to ask, so, all right, so this is pretty cool. If you ask Ella about her backstory, where she came from, on session 1, like you're another player, you ask her about her backstory on session 1, she'll usually blow your character off, just kind of brush it off. She won't figure that out until like session 5. Once you've defeated the necromancer lord and you've saved the town, now you're off to go do the other thing, and the story's sort of opening up and unraveling. That's when you're around the campfire and you're like, so why are you here, Ella? You know? That's cool. And I think that's really, it's one of the better ways, because you never trap yourself. And as a storyteller, as a GM, I think it's really important never to trap yourself. This is why my hot take of the year, I've not wanted to say this out loud, because I know that I will become the villain when I say this out loud. Out loud is, do not start with a complete world map if you're building a world. Because at that point in time, your world map becomes a prison. Same thing's true with your character backstory, I think. So, I like to encourage players to make backstories that encourage motivation to go on an adventure rather than having a specific directed goal in mind. Yeah, so how do you handle relationships and stuff with that? Because like one of the issues that I think we've all seen with players, and this is the hyperbolic extreme that I think is like we can all roll our eyes at. So imagine that you have a player that's like, hey, I come to this D&D game. Now, I am a son of a noble, and my father was killed by another noble who then married my mother, and I have a terrible step siblings that have been tormenting me for all this time, and I was sent away to boarding school. And what I really wanted in this game is I really want to have my triumphant, heroic return to my village with my friends of adventurers, where I take back my family name and we reestablish the order of our noble line. And as the DM, you're like, on the first day, I'm going to throw you guys through a portal to like a Jurassic World type place, and the game is surviving and trying to get back home. So like, I hope you're okay if none of that happens. Right? And I think that's like kind of important to remember for the newbies, and teaching the newbies is trying to instill them with, like you said, a reason to be like an adventurer, to want to go on a quest or be willing to pursue your destiny, as opposed to a specific kind of like checklist of things that you need to have happen in your D&D campaign, which by the way is more common than you'd think. You know, I hear about a lot of D&D games over the last couple of years. I've been doing this for a while. That's way more common than you think. My campaign started with a note that literally said these guys are all expendable. Shut up. God damn it. I'll fix my mess, all right? God, get off my back, Order. Come on, man. I just married my sword. Jeez, what's the problem, Ashy? God, it's like my order's just breathing down my neck all the time. Agree with the whole backstory light approach. But character is one of my often favorite things, although I've only been playing since last October, so I would set off all kinds of red flags if we're going to play some time, since I started with 5e and Pathfinder 2. No, I mean like I mean it lovingly and jokingly. When somebody says they started D&D recently, I think that the expectations of what a good DM is, I don't necessarily fill that for a lot of players, because I play a much more old school style of storytelling. Right? Not like the 2nd edition dungeon delving like Beer and Pretzels D&D, but certainly not the theatrical drama critical role style. It's like somewhere more in the kind of the Lord of the Rings, Star Wars sort of side of fantasy than the dramatic kind of D&D movie side of things, which a lot of new players, though, the reason why I say that 5th ed players set up a red flag with me is because their expectations usually fit in with the current culture of what D&D is, because that's how you got into D&D. And that's only one small part of the greater sort of sphere that is D&D, and the hobby is the brand new stuff. So I have to like ensure when I start a D&D campaign with somebody who's like a lot newer to the hobby, that they kind of know what they're gonna get out of it and what to expect and how to like set expectation with them, so they're not disappointed, you know? So I'm not frustrated and they're not disappointed. But it's been a while since I started a new game with anybody new, so. The character's a 1,000-year-old Tengu who was trapped in a Faerun as a child and kept as a pet by a formidable dragon. So she's socially stunted and awkward, which makes her a great RP. There you go, man. Wait, what the fuck's a Tengu? Are the Tengu the fucking penguin people? Is this some fucking Baldur's Gate shit over here? Crow Demon, got it. Okay, cool. Yeah, Walmart fucking Timu Kenku, got it. Also enjoy the fact that it turns out that my elf ranger is not one but 2 X's, which now has become a thing with the party. He's such a quiet, good boy. Now they're finding out it isn't quite the case. Basically, at the same time I found out about him. So like that's awesome. That's really fun. That's not the kind of story that I would like pursue for my player characters, right? That's more that kind of modern, like theatric, dramatic, you know, style of D&D, and not the kind of games and stories that I like run all that often. So, you know, wouldn't be a great fit for a player that has that kind of expectations, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with people not wanting to play D&D with me, because they have like an idea of what the game is based on what they've seen in the game. Now, I have a lot of fun playing with players that want to see what this other side of the game is like. But I also like give people up fronts where it's like, hey, all that stuff, we're not going to cover any of it in this D&D game. This is going to be some like Lord of the Rings heroic fucking no one does not simply walk into Mordor, sacrifice for the crown type shit. This isn't going to be like, no one's going to ask you about your backstory, your parents, or like what traumatized you into becoming an adventurer. Right? And that's totally fine. You're like it's a different type of game. It's a different vibe. But you just got to make sure people know, so you don't disappoint them. I think my DMing style would be a complete letdown for most of the people in this chat right now, right? And that's okay. I'm not mad about it. I'm not upset about it. It's very important, I think, in modern D&D to continue to just like hammer home just how vastly different all the D&D styles of gameplay can be, and historically have been, over the past fucking 2 decades of me playing D&D. And to avoid those inevitable Reddit posts about how bad my DM was because I watched Critical Role and he wasn't Matt Mercer, and god damn it, I thought Matt Mercer personally came to my home to DM for me. It turns out this guy on Roll20 wasn't actually Matt Mercer. God damn it. I was skamazed. I was let down. But double character example, I believe it would come down to campaign expectations and establishing a foundation early before everyone spends 2 weeks character crafting. Exactly. So like I will hopefully with my players tell them like basically what the campaign is about, and not to start like I don't do particularly well with people who come to my campaign with a pre-made character. Like you know, one of the, like unironically, one of the biggest red flags that I can encounter with somebody is if they say something like, I've had this character waiting for 2 years that I've been wanting to play, and I'm so excited to get to play it now in your game. It's kind of like, okay, we need to have a conversation about this. So yeah, I mean, like what I usually say to my players is something like, this is a heroic story where you guys are going to go off on a adventure to like find relics of the ancient sage orders and restore the rightful kind of, you know, timeline, whatever history to Teleria. And players kind of get a good idea of that. But one thing I want to do actually is I'm going to be writing an adventure next year, probably. Maybe I'll start this year, but I want to write some adventures that are so specific, because one of the best games I've ever played in is games with very narrow, specific character creation. It's really fun if you never tried it out, but like not even being able to write your own backstory, but having a very specific thing to write into. So one of the most like fulfilling examples I ever had of that is when we were a lot younger, when we were like in high school. I made a game for my players where I said, okay, so you all are students at an academy. This is an academy for nobility. So you are all there. The world is in a war right now. Your kingdom is at war with 3 other rival kingdoms. The first succession to this, like, you know, leadership mantle. You're all nobility that has been chosen and sent to the school to learn how to be officers, very much in that kind of old kind of like English style of, oh, our kids are going to go be officers in the war. So you guys have been doing that. You've been at boarding school for a couple of years. You can be human, elf, or one other thing, and you can choose these 3 classes because these are the 3 disciplines of officer, whatever training they figure out. Here you go. And they created characters that fit really well into this little like specific niche, and I dropped them straight in the middle of their first battle, and it was fucking awesome. So I'm gonna try something like this. I'm gonna try these like adventures where they fit into a very narrow niche. Like I've been writing this game for a little while, and I've been doing this in my spare time. I did this a little bit on the way to Saskatchewan last week, but I've been writing this campaign, and the pitch of the campaign is more or less, you are all paladins in service of your lord, a prince of the king. Oh shit, Illyria, what's up, dude? How you doing, man? Good to see you. What the fuck? Welcome to the stream. Hello. Hello. You're all paladins in service to the king. You are led by the prince. This is a dark world where the vast majority of humanity has fallen. The vast majority. The world is dark and grim and brutal and full of demons and overrun, and you are one last little kingdom that stands against the darkness. You now have been asked by your prince to accompany him on a mission. This mission could possibly bring back light to the world, could possibly bring a new day and a new chapter and save the people of your kingdom, and you will all die. The one guarantee is nobody will make it out of this alive. And I want to tell that story, and I want it to be a campaign, because I think that when you set those really narrow, specific character expectations and niches in, like, it's really fucking cool, you know? And so I really want to try running this as like an adventure that you can play, where you can kind of fit your character and figure out why you are this like space marine style, just like, you know, crusader against the darkness, and everyone is this really intense, like, you know, whatever. And I think it'd be really cool. I think it'd be really fun, because I've played games like that. And the thing is, if everyone can agree on a vibe, the vibes are immaculate. And we know this because pirate D&D is fucking awesome. And you know, if you've played pirate D&D, why it's awesome. Everyone comes to the table and knows exactly what pirate D&D is supposed to be. So when you all sit down to play a pirate D&D game, it always goes amazingly, because you're all creating pirates, you know? And I think that you can do that and expand it out in other sort of like fantasy genres. So when you play a really great video game or something like that, sometimes the story is reliant on the characters in the story all really buying into playing this role. A role. Playing a role in a game. I think I should make this a genre. A PRAG. playing a role in a game. Parag. Yes, this is gonna be a new type of game I create. Playing a role in a game. That's what I'm gonna call it. There you go. But shit, man, Illyria, it's super dope to see you. I'm thrilled to have you in chat, man. Good. I hope we'll see you this weekend, right? I think I'm seeing both y'all's over at Strathmore, right? If I'm not mistaken, both you guys are coming down. Are you guys bringing your entire D&D crew, or is it just the two of you? Looking for cloud of a story aspect of the game, but not looking for great acting or stuff. Just have fun for real, right? Your next character is gonna be a Shinigami from Bleach. Ashley, stop! I'm gonna throw myself out the window before we start playing. Also, play D&D if you're not like that. God, come on, man. Come on, bro. I'm gonna try. Never had a problem dying at the table. Just make the death epic. Yeah, I mean, so like, have you ever played Halo Reach? Right? Have you ever played Halo Reach? Halo Reach is a story about everyone dying. And it was awesome. Halo Reach had, I think, the best and last level ever. And I'll spoil the game. So basically, you're a team of Spartans, these Halo whatever Uber warriors. If you're not familiar with Halo, you're this team of Spartans, and you have to get this thing off-world, more or less. You have to get the Death Star plans to the whatever, and you're taking the thing to go do the whatever. And on the way, basically one by one, your team of elite warriors makes their heroic sacrifices to get this thing good, to save the world, to alert the rest of humanity of the impending doom. And as you do the final levels, the remaining members of the team each have their heroic moment, this heartbreaking moment where they each sacrifice themselves in some way, die in some dramatic fashion, whatever, towards the end of the game. All of it leading up to the very last level of Halo Reach, which I think is probably the best last level of any video game I've ever played. Because you send off the thing, somebody has to stay behind and do the thing, whatever it is, man the cannon so that the ship can go, and you volunteer because that's what you're supposed to do. So you stay behind as your commanding officer knows that you're going to sacrifice yourself, saluting your bravery as they, you know, go off towards saving the world. You save the ship, they get out safely, and now you're on this world about to be overrun. And you're like, wow, what a great video game that was. Man, what a phenomenal video game. I can't believe how good that game was. And you're sitting there clapping. And then it goes back into first person mode. And you're like, oh shit, you grab your controller. You're like, what the fuck? Wait, am I gonna heroically escape now? Do I like find the hidden fighter in the hangar and I run in there, explosions behind me, jump in the seat, shooting guys while I take off into the sunset? No. The simple objective that's on the screen for you is survive. And depending on how good you are at the game, that can be for a little bit or a little while. Waves of enemies come, your ammunition runs out, and as you get overwhelmed, a cutscene plays of you heroically fighting off and fending off down to your knife as your character eventually dies. It is the best last level in any video game I've ever played, and I'll stand on that fucking rock. Okay? So I think if there's that expectation in a D&D game, I think it's actually pretty rad. And I've done something similar before. So I really want to like write this as an adventure that people can actually play through. Because the expectation is there, you know you're playing this one shot, and you know you're all gonna save the world, but no one's gonna survive. That's fucking cool, man. That's just fucking rad. This is the best idea. Let's go, dude. Good luck in your meeting, Steve. I'm going to play my Shinigami Bankai Zanpatko in Ulnar's campaign. Oh, I see. Okay. Got it. All right. Ulnar's campaign, you say. Is Ulnar making a campaign? I thought Ulnar talked briefly about wanting to run a game, but I didn't think Ulnar was serious about it. Is Ulnar campaigning now? Is this a thing? Is it going to be 4th ed? What's up, Azalea? Hilliard's just character defining for me as a person / storyteller. Exactly, right? Exactly. Yeah, it was a great game, man. Probably, I think, the best co-op, couch co-op Halo video game experience that Ella and I ever had. Halo Reach was awesome, man. And that for me was also a good example of what making characters that buy into the story can do. Because if you had the cast of Baldur's Gate in a story like that, it wouldn't exactly work out the same way. You know what I mean? Everyone kind of needs to buy into this like role that they play for the story. And I think it's really fun when you can really settle into a role. And I love doing that in games in my own way. When I play at a table, I try and play a character as a role for the party, not for the character's story individually. Because I think I think that playing a character without focusing on their story creates a better story. It's unintuitive, but I think it works. So that's one of my hot takes that nobody likes. But I still die on that hill. 10 Candles of Memento Mori are RPGs that both do everyone dies really well. I've heard of the Memento Mori as a RPG, but isn't that a really old one? Use one shot as a campaign pitch. Your loved ones just died saving the world, but this asshole's trying to destroy it. It's your job to protect the sacrifice your loved ones made. Oh shit, dude. That's pretty good. I like that. Yeah, that's pretty solid, not gonna lie. I was trying to make a proper dungeon crawl like Sword Art Online Season 1 where you have a giant sprawling floors and floor bosses, survival horror type D&D. Oh, sick. Cool. Like mega dungeon type shit, or how ambitious is this project? Because I feel like Ulner, and given Ulner's video gaming history and experience, could do like old school 2nd edition mega dungeons really well, you know? Was ever kind of meeting the one where you arrive and they tell you that you've got it and that you're free to go? Oh, fuck yeah. Cool. Welcome back, Steve. Welcome back, man. Yeah, so like the game that I'm setting up for Ella is going to be very much an Astral Knight game. This is not a game for wisecracking bards, for you know, fat dragons from D&D movie and shit. This is gonna be an Astral Knight game. There's gonna be some shit where you like find the ancient powers of the universe and attempt to channel them to rid the world of evil and all that kind of garbage. So should be good, man. Okay, I think we're about done with the design here. I think I can probably start jumping into the actual art. Wait, I've been doing art this entire time? What have I been doing then? Wait, how do I spell delete? Okay. All right, we're good. Let's go, dude. Okay. Master Morale. Dude, I haven't done like character art in like 2 weeks now at this point in time. Haven't done shit, it feels like. Do I remember how to like draw? Is this something I gotta get back into? It might be. This might go poorly. Wish me luck. Wish me luck. We want to bring a lot of the old school Diablo type vibes. That's a great vibe for D&D. That is a great vibe for D&D. I think Ulner would do really well at it. Is Ulner playing or planning on running it for 4th Ed? Is that like the system of choice, or is Ulner going with an older system? Because I don't know, like, as much as I love 4th Ed combat, I still don't think that 4th Ed maybe has the skill game down as much as like 3rd 3.5, that kind of like very mechanical gameplay skill type thing. Unless there's some classes that I'm unaware of that do that more. I always feel like 4th Ed was very combat focused and was the beginning of WotC kind of dropping the other parts of the game out the window a little bit. Tell us more about the character you're drawing. So, Illyria, one of the classes that I'm developing right now is called the Astral Knight. So it's kind of like a mixture between a monk, a mage, a melee mage, and like a Jedi or some shit, you know? So the Astral Knights are basically these space wizards that learned how to use swords. So they use this like very dangerous type of magic that allows them to channel all their space magic through their weapon. So they're very intense. And I made this class because Ella decided she wanted to play one. And they were initially just like more or less narrative characters in my game, but Ella said she really wanted to play one as a class, and if the wife wants to play something, then that's what I'm gonna do. So I made her an entire class basically. So the Astral Knight, her Astral Knight, Alicia, is the character that she's playing in an upcoming game. So this will be her character that she plays for quite a while in our next long-term campaign. Her character also has like an apprentice squire type character named Eve, because if there's one thing Ella likes, she likes minions in D&D. She likes to have like little gremlin minions that she can mold. So this is her like squire. So she's an astral knight in training under Ella's character Alicia, and so within that lineage of sort of the master apprentice squiring, then becoming a knight, and then taking on a squire, that entire thing, you get these like lineage of knights that have learned from each other, and this kind of like parental, almost like, you know, the knight that trained your knight is like kind of like a grandparent figure to you. So I'm drawing the character that trained Ella's Astral Knight, who is an important like kind of quest giver and lore character for the story. And so if there's ever an NPC that's going to be a very like important recurring NPC, I really want them to have art, because then I can use them for the adventure that I'm writing anyway as an NPC that you can go get a quest from or whatever. So this is Master Lalaha Morale. She is of Navalian nobility descent, and she is a very, very powerful Astral Knight in the order. She's a little bit more on that kind of like sage style, like every Astral Knight is like a adept combatant, but some are a little bit more into the, you know, studious nature of understanding the cosmos as opposed to just combat. So Master Morale here is one who is very much a library enjoyer, researcher type person. So Ella got kind of, her character will have all the brutal training of the Astral Knight Order, alongside that kind of more spiritual crafted experience from her master. And this is a bit of a nod to a previous campaign we played in. So the name Lalaha Morale is I didn't just come up with that on the spot. That's the name of an old character from our Star Wars campaign that was Ella's like master character. So now that she has an opportunity to play a character in Eldara that has a similar master apprentice relationship with another character, I'm throwing her in there as a bit of a nod to our very long-term game that we played with Dashto for many years. So she'll be canonized more or less in Eldara. But Astral Knights are kind of cool. I did make a joke the other day, Ilaria, that when you inevitably decide that Amelia Hearthwood's too difficult and too annoying to, not too difficult, sorry, too annoying to cosplay, there'll always be Astral Knights there to cosplay that are really cool. So we're like, ah, shit, this is too shit, man. I don't want to do that. Oh boy, let me tell you about the Astral Knight, dude. They're so cool. I know this is kind of, I haven't actually said this out loud yet, but I actually really want to make an Astral Knight cosplay for myself. So I actually really, really want to make a cosplay of an Astral Knight. Which is that self-indulgent and dumb to want to cosplay a class like that you make for your own D&D campaign? That might be self-indulgent and dumb. I don't know. Mentamori is a Two Little Mice Kickstarter a few years ago. Okay, this is not what I was thinking of, Samurai. I was thinking of a game from like the 90s or whatever. You're all dying in the Black Death. As you get more superpowers, you choose what part of your character sheets rots and transforms each scene. Go die while trying to reach your dreams. You know, that does sound familiar. Actually. Shit, man. The pit in the world that evil crawls out of. The gods have stopped the pit from growing, but they cannot stop the monstrosity from crawling out of it. It is your job to go and establish a foothold and push as far as you can. So what you're saying, Ashy, in one way or another, is that I can once again play a crusader. That I can once again be from an order and play a crusader. And just quote Latin and shit before I do stuff. Dude, I'm having so much fun at Ash's game just being a meme of a crusader. Being just the jacked space marine fucking, you know, Crusader character, purging heresy, and that whole thing, as you do when you're a servant of the light, a divine justicar. It's good shit. I'm glad Ashley's tolerating it. Ashley's like, goddamn, no one's let him play D&D for years. He's got to get it out of his system. I guess I'll take one for the team. I'll let him be the Crusader in my game. All right. That's fine. That's fine, man. Yeah, well, I'll be well behaved. I promise, Ashley. I promise. I won't go full Darkest Dungeon on this shit. You design this character. What's your going to design the father's brother's former roommate? Oh, the father's brother's former roommate? Dude, that's a difficult character to design. Holy. Now we're getting deep into world building at that point in time. We'll have to just wait and see, I guess. I do a lot of characters for whenever my wife is playing in my game, I will do art for basically whatever she wants. Cause like, you know, Carter, everything that I'm doing for this D&D game all basically came from my wife encouraging me. So whenever she wants to play something, I will drop everything. Doesn't matter the project I'm doing. Doesn't matter the thing that I'm in the middle of making. If Ella wants to play something in my D&D campaign, she expresses interest in something in the world or whatever, like, I'll build the class for her. I'll make the art. I'll do whatever. She wields a great deal of power with my creative direction. She can more or less just like point at something she thinks is interesting, and I will spend days and weeks doing art for it and building it and writing it. So there's no end I will stop at to ensure that she has the very best fucking time playing D&D. If she wants to play an Astral Knight where I do the entire family tree lineage portraitures, whatever, then so be it. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing, man. Oh shit, speaking of Ella, dude, she did something so cool. I gotta make a post about it. But she made, this week, she was like, what do I do, Evan? I want to do something cool. And I was like, do Shadowheart dice. And she was like, what is that gonna be like? So Ella actually made, I gotta make a post with, like, I told her that I would like help her out and make a video for it. But dude, she made Shadowheart, Saloon, and Shar dice this week. And I'm so excited. I gotta show that shit off, man. On I gotta make like a TikTok for her or whatever. But she's been doing a lot of work for Eldar related stuff. So I gotta repay the favor. Whenever she does, like, whenever I make something in Eldar and she makes dice for it or whatever, I gotta make the art for her, you know? You buy those dice? They all the story yet? No, I haven't made a video. Actually, I think I can probably go nab them and show you guys. If you're curious, I think they're on her workbench right now. She finished painting them last night. Let me go grab them real quick. So cool. Alright. Took me a sec. Check this shit out. This is so good. Alright. Check this shit out. Alright. Okay. So, these are the Shar dice. So they got this like black swirling purple mist in them. and the kind of like the gold, ornate, really kind of warm hue in there for the numbers. They're so good, dude. Look at this shit. Look at it. And then these are the Shadowheart Selûnite dice. Ooh. Ooh. They're all swirling with mystical moon energy and shit, man. They got that kind of blue in there. Look at them, man. They're really cool. I was very impressed, alright? I was very impressed. And they're pretty dope, so I gotta make a video for her. I told her that if she made the dice, I'd make a video for her social media for them. Thief check? Wait, what? They were in the bin of finished dice, Ella. What do you mean? What do you mean? How did I find them? I went and I found the place where you put all your finished dice. They weren't like hiding or anything. It was one of 6 bins. To be fair, it was the bin that was on top. All right, I wouldn't have gone digging if they weren't literally in that one. I wouldn't have looked very hard. So I'll have you know. But yeah, man. So she's got a bunch of like Eldara dice sets that she's making for various things like the Astronite and whatnot. But I just thought that was really cool. She wanted to do something that was a little bit different. And I requested that she made Shadowheart dice. And she did a pretty goddamn good job if I'm being honest, all right? I'm being real. I'm pretty impressed by them. So the dice roll command is exclamation and then whatever D number you want. So exclamation D20, exclamation D100. And that is what they are. So I'm glad you like your dice, Steve. It really means a lot. Seriously, you supported Ella quite a bit, and that means the world to me, dude. It really does. All right, Ella. I'm gonna get this character done for you. I promise. You will have your official portraiture of Master Morale soon. 14 sleight of hand those dice. Ooh. Ooh. That's not quite enough. It's not quite enough. They're in the vault right now. They're safe. I think Ella's gonna list them on her store. Like, I'm not sure if these ones are spoken for. These ones might be spoken for. I'm not sure. Those sirens are on my end, by the way, if you can hear them. They're not on wherever you are. Bro, there's been so many like fires around where I live. It's so weird because we've had so much rain, but I guess Canada is still on fire. Dude, look at this shit, man. If Ella doesn't have anyone that... Well, I can't yoink these now. Not bad of them. Shit, she's calling me. Hey, what's up? Yes. Okay. I need to take pictures first before you put them on your site, yes. Oh, we need to take pictures and then you can... Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, cool. I won't yoink them then. Okay, bye. Fucking Ella, man. I swear to God. Anyway, new dice. No, we're not chewing on the dice, man. We're not chewing on... There'll be no chewing of on the dice, okay? Come on, man. Come on. Ella said that they will be up on her store. Like, before the weekend. They're apparently probably not going to Ren Fair with her, so... There's that, I guess. But I don't know, man. No one's really a Shadowheart fan besides me, so... You know... Not like anyone would be upset if I yoinked the dice. I'm pretty sure I'm the only person that actually finished a Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough with Shadowheart in my party, so I'm like 99% sure that that's true and not just a made up stat. Yeah. I don't think anyone would miss them. Look, I never yoink any of the dice that Ella makes. I always let her list all of them except for Eldaris that she makes. Then I yoink those. So. Thanks for looking at and rolling in fun and exciting ways. Also, I like Shadowheart, just haven't played much. You haven't played much of Baldur's Gate 3? What? You mean you have real D&D games to occupy your time so you don't need to cope by playing Baldur's Gate 3 alone in the dark in your underwear on the weekend because nobody wants to play D&D with you? What? What? Don't look at me like that, like you're better than me. Don't fucking, just 'cause it's true doesn't mean you need to say it. She's the romance NPC in the game. So I am not an enjoyer of romance in video games, Natasha, but I did want to turn Shadowheart down. Now, I made a mistake in my playthrough where I didn't realize that apparently I triggered the romance with Gale. And I didn't realize it. Gale's little spirit phantom thing's just like, oh, Gale would like to have a word with you tonight on the cliffside. And I'm like, okay, sure, man. What's it about? Not realizing that that was the... Yeah, all right. So... Oh, God. Look, I just wanted to turn her down. Come on, man. This is my trauma, Natasha. This is my trauma. Yeah. What's up, Olner? What's going on, homeboy? I have 4 games this weekend coming. I don't have a problem, really. Maybe. You kind of do, Steve, but it's a good problem. It's a great problem. Do you play IRL or do you play all online with the homies? Because I really like online D&D. I don't really miss in-person D&D as much as I thought I would after years of not playing it, you know? I had an opportunity to play in-person D&D with some people. Turn it down, man. One, because I just didn't want to have to like go somewhere every single week for a campaign. Physically. But also, I don't know, man. I like the coziness playing online D&D with friends. Ash told me you were talking about my campaign. Yes, Olner. I was asking about your plans. And Ashy said that you don't know what you're doing and you're a bad gamer, and since you've never played a real video game, you have to rely on Sword Art Online tropes. And I was like, but Olner's a Diablo 1 master speedrunner, just like me. And Ashy said, yeah, well, if old man boomer games were still fucking relevant, then why don't you guys both create characters and join the race to world first? And I said, fine, maybe we will. Maybe we'll go join Limit. I mean, Liquid. Shit, I forgot they changed their guild name like 8 years ago. It was a whole thing, Olner. Don't worry. I backed you up. I backed you up. Jack could agree. You remind me of a game Friday and I still haven't chosen a name for your character. You haven't chosen a name for your character? Damn. Damn, bro. How you gonna trauma dump on your DM without having a name? Fuck. First campaign character is Arrow/Ace. This campaign I'm dabbling in the romancing. Just a toe. What is Arrow/Ace? Forgive my... Oh, a romantic? Is that what that is? Okay. Yeah, I just caught on. Yeah, okay, got it. I was thinking, like, what class is Arrow/Ace? What class and subclass is that? Okay, I'm good. Oh, God, I just gotta... Oh. I'll be good, man. Small town's only played my first in-person game at Gen Con. I like the remote side, but it's how I learned to play. That's fair. Like, in-person D&D is great when you have a group that goes all out. Like, if you guys make a day of it, you go over there, you barbecue some food up, you know, you get your snackies, you do whatever, you chill out, you make a whole thing of it. It's great. The problem is you're playing in-person D&D with people, I think you really need to be locked in as great friends. Like, Basically, if you cancel your D&D game to just chill, that needs to be okay. Like, that's such a big problem with a lot of D&D groups, man. If you aren't playing D&D that week because like somebody's missing or whatever, it's like, do you still hang out or could you still hang out? You know? And if you're playing in person, that's like even more important, I think. Lily based my floor system on Diablo, and she was like, that's sorted online. What? You've never recovered since? Oh my god. Ulner, why do you think Ashley's so ashamed of being such a bad gamer that she couldn't play through Diablo 1 or 2? Like, how do we help Ashley get over this shame of never having defeated Hellbale in a solo self-found game? Because this is tragic, man. This is really tragic. That's going to be the next VTubing meta, isn't it? Hardcore Diablo. Oh, God. Call it now. Call it now. Somebody tell Dual Logs, alright? Let's get Miwa on this shit. Play a Kobold Druid who can wild shape into a dragon wormling. Why would you be able to shape into a dragon wormling? What? How do you get dragon wormling from this? Ma'am, that's a rat, not a dragon. Please adjust your kobold wild shaping to properly accommodate, like if you want to wild shape into the handsome kobold from The War Within, that's fine. The multi-candled kobold, but I don't know about this dragon wormling shapeshifting thing from kobold. It's kind of weird if you ask me, you know? It's like, where do the whiskers go, you know? I don't know. I don't want to be judgmental. Sorry, you have to be like over 30 to get that joke. My bad. Sorry, I forgot the youngest World of Warcraft player was like 33 or whatever, maybe 34. Might be Lily be me. Thanks to Lurk Elf. Sounds like she needs to recover from her skill issue. Damn, it's all that Marin says, isn't it? The class of DM wants me to try out for him. Such playtest lets you become a mini dragon. Oh shit, okay, cool. A miniature dragon. Alright. I dig it. I'm down. I'm down. The next time I play IRL D&D, I'm gonna demand everyone cosplay as their characters. Just so we know. At the first EldaraCon, y'all are excited for the first Eldara in-person D&D games? Yeah, you say that now, but I'm gonna demand that you all dress up like your characters. And if you're a VTuber and you're gonna be there present on the fucking iPad doing the Iron Mouse style, then you need to have somebody calm a model that is your character. Okay? No excuses. We're playing IRL D&D, we're playing IRL D&D. We're not going half on this shit. We're going all out. I'm gonna spend $300 on a Wormwood Games DM screen. Y'all are gonna put your shit together and show up, alright? I'm over 30 and ever liked WoW, found it's not fun and boring. Yeah, well, no World of Warcraft player finds it fun, and everyone finds it boring, but we still play the game. Like, come on, what the fuck, man? Don'll be there in full plate? Oh, shit. You would, wouldn't you? The actual paladin, man, I'm telling you, holy fuck, man. Actually, my character, wait. You are your character in your current D&D campaign. That this works. You're just playing as your character. Because I wanted to do an isekai with my VTuber friends at some point in time, Natasha, where I made them all. I isekai'd them all into Eldara, but they were just they're like you have to play as your lore, right? So Ashy can't play as a fucking degenerate Yu-Gi-Oh and Uma Musume goblin. She has to play as a cake devouring princess. Ulner couldn't play as a a 39-year-old balding man stuck in a VTuber's body. Because I've decided that Ulner is the closest thing that I'll ever have to a gaming bro from the 90s. Ulner has to actually play a hot necromancer. And you have to be in character the entire time. Entire time you have to play your lore. Miniful has to literally be the lowest ranking angel. Oh wait, she does that pretty well actually. Someone in the party needs to every once in a while say that sometimes Miniful is Eto. Or to be patient, she's Miniful. Yep. Galaxy Goldfish literally needs to play her as her lore video. She can no longer be the galactic sewer carp. She has to be the lowest ranking goldfish in the cosmic pond. Let me know excuses, alright? Yep. Good. Good. That's what I like to hear. That'd be a very short D&D game. Wait, does Vixie have lore? When does the said in-person game be held? I have to start planning my travel days soon. Next GameCon. There we go. We'll do it in person. You have to show up as your character. GameCon. All right, there we go. That's when the first Eldaracon's gonna be. The Eldaracon beta was very successful 2 years ago. The next full-fledged and proper Eldaracon will be quite the event. All right. It'll be quite the event. Does Vixie have lore? Hold on. Twitch.tv/no Fox were given. Is she live? She's not live. Does she have lore about?
Folders are...
No.
Are...
Mute Twitch. I don't want to know what your fucking recommendation is, Vixie. If I wanted your recommendation, I'd look in the trash can. But it's just unnecessarily mean. I'm sorry, Vixie. Vulpist. So she's a fox cult leader. She's DLC. What? Not Spyrovirus, very evil DLC. She's just DLC for what the fuck? Yeah, I don't see any lore for her. Alright, well, whatever. I'll have to do a series where I interview my VTuber friends and ask them about their lore. Oh wait, the campaign's gonna be 5e? I thought you were gonna be bullied into doing it in 4th ed or something, Ulner. 5e? Oh shit. I'm intrigued now. I mean, I was intrigued before, but now I'm just confused. Now I'm just confused. Will it be metagaming to have played Diablo 1 and 2? You gotta be careful about that, you know? Figure Laura, she's a fox, but nobody gave her. I don't know what's worse, that joke or Vixie's Twitch channel's name. They're both tied for last. I just baseline 5th ed because a lot of the problem solving is better functioning in 5th and 4th. Well, I can see that. Have you ever played Pathfinder, Ulner? I feel like you like Pathfinder. I don't know why. I feel like it'd be a system that you jam with. I'm a 3.5 simp, the way that Ashley's a 4th ed simp, which is why we get along so well. But I always sort of feel like Pathfinder is maybe the better form of 3.5, even if I don't want to admit it. Even if I don't want to always admit it, I think it's probably true, so. There's a lot of spend resources to solve problems while 4E is Lord of the Rings. Yeah, actually, they're right. 4E is Lord of the Rings, but with Overwatch alts. Let's be real here. Only first edition, but my dad actively plays second. Your dad actively still plays second edition. Oh my god. The legends were true. In their tongue, he is Dova Beard. Dragonborn. Oh my god, the actual Greybeard. Who would have thought, man? I love that. There was, at the game store, there was this group of like old dudes that just played second edition D&D every week, and they just showed up, and they always had like 80s pop culture t-shirts on. So you just see these dudes in their like 60s and 70s, just their big beer belly guts sitting on the table, you know, just drinking hard liquor in the game store whilst wearing their Back to the Future and Alien t-shirts, playing Dungeons and Dragons. God, I love those guys. They were the best. You know why? Because they'd complain about shit. It's good to have a group of people that will complain about shit that is like dumb, you know? That's one thing that old dudes do best. They will complain about stuff, and you can complain about your stuff, and they'll all get irrationally mad at whatever it is with you. I love that about old dudes. It's like you hit like 65 and you just get this ability to complain about shit just installed. It's like an update patch, you know? First the knees go, and then you get the update for being able to complain about anything. One time Legolas went, "Let the dragon consume you," and fired a giant dragon arrow. Yeah, but when you're on the other team, the alt is in Elvish, so you don't know what he says. Yeah, exactly. Dude, a skin crossover from Lord of the Rings and Overwatch would have gone so hard. Could you imagine, like, Eowyn, Brigitte, Arwen, Mercy, goddamn Reinhardt, Sauron? Holy man. Hanzo, Legolas, Soldier 70, Aragorn, Reapermere. Clearly we know the Lord of the Rings IP is for sale, so WotC and Amazon told us that much. Hello, Silesian. My dad doesn't seem to play anymore, but all his D&D books are second edition. It's the edition I played first. Oh my god, that's awesome, dude. That's actually rad. Silesian, I was talking earlier about how I want to run a D&D game where everyone has to show up and cosplay their characters. What would you play if I told you had to show up to a D&D game and you had to dress up as your character? What would I expect to see from you? How dope would it be? Either play second edition Pathfinder because no one wants to play 3.5 upwards. Damn, bro, I love 3.5. It's tragic. Like the new 5e changes? So the new 5e changes, I don't how do I word this? I don't really care about them, if that makes sense. A lot of the new 5e changes from last year, I just don't really, it doesn't matter or apply. I find that a lot of the changes WotC has tried to make, and now there's certain things to class balancing and stuff like that, and I know Rangers are just mad and shit like that, and our Paladins are like kind of butthurt. A lot of the changes I think are fine, like the changes to Divine Smite and stuff. It's like, okay, whatever, you know. A lot of the changes they made to character creation stuff, I find it to be not useful. Like WotC has needed to go through this like permission granting phase where they give you permission to create your character different from how the rules are written in the book, and I've never, in my opinion, needed that. Like I can't imagine someone being like, oh my gosh, I want to be an elf, but I like aesthetically, but I want to be raised by the orcs, so I wish I had the orc, you know, passives or whatever. I've never encountered that, where someone's just like, your hands are tied and you can't do what you want. So I find those things a little weird. And I don't like it because the more that WotC grants you permissions to do things, the more precedent they set that if they don't grant you permission, you can't do it. You know what I mean? And that fucks with new players a lot. Because sometimes even people will come into my stream and talk about D&D rules like they matter. You know what I mean? They talk about a D&D rule like you must adhere to the D&D rule. When like basically everyone who's played D&D past session 2 knows that's not the way you're supposed to play the game. That you make, like, the rules are a guideline. We can say that till the end of days. So I find a lot of those changes a little bit weird, but a lot of the specific class changes and like spellcasting changes, they're fine. I wasn't mad before. I'm not mad now. I just kind of don't care. Is that like, I know it's kind of a weird thing to say about it, right? That I just like don't really have an opinion. The only thing I have opinion about really are the character creation ones that I find a little strange. But yeah, I mean, sure, the martial classes changes are cool. Like the weapon masteries are pretty interesting. That's, I think, one of the best parts of it is the masteries. That's like actually kind of legit, hey? Probably be a ranger and make some leather stuff. Oh, fair enough. Okay. I thought you have some grand character that you wanted to play for a while or something, Salesian. I don't know. But there's something crazy in the chamber there, maybe. 2024's objective improvement with some of the weirdness that came in with it, but I think that it'll blow what is needed to be. Oh, okay, what it need to be. 9% quality of life, bug fixing, and minor improvements, which are great, but not enough to cover the next 10 years of D&D. Sure, there's still a lot of problems that I have with 5th edition as an edition that didn't cover, that the rule changes didn't solve or fix or address at all, because it's inherently not built into Wizards of the Coast like ethos of how they make classes. Like there are 2 ways that you can choose to like sort of balance classes, and I inherently disagree with WotC's method, even though I understand it and I think it's probably the way that they have to do it. WotC will sacrifice all the soul in a class to make sure it plays perfectly, but I think that the best D&D classes are you inject as much soul as you can, even if it doesn't play perfectly all the time. So that's kind of like maybe the 4th ed model a little bit more. The 3.5 model definitely a bit too, but I think more in the 4th ed idea of like sometimes there's going to be a weird awkward interaction that we're not really going to know how to handle as a D&D table. You have to trust your DM a little bit. It almost feels like the game is like WotC has kind of made this assertion that they don't ever want a GM to not know how to handle a situation. And that's great, and I think it's probably the way they should do it, but they sacrifice a lot of the interest in the game. Things like flat-footed versus touch AC. The removal of flat-footed versus touch AC, it takes a lot of the nuanced interest out of combat for me. And combat encounters as a skill challenge, not a skill challenge, but as a tactical challenge, you know what I mean? Takes that out a lot. But they don't ever want that awkwardness to come into play where you're like, oh, is he flat-footed? Does that really, how does that work here with this thing? So they're willing to like chop away at the interesting bits to make sure that it's the very lean, kind of like very well measured, very well made experience. But, you know, to me, it's a change that I think that it doesn't serve the game for what I want out of it. So that's why with my own classes, I'm putting that shit back in. That weirdness that's like fun and kind of like out there and whatever, and mechanically like, oh shit, how does that work? I'm putting that in my own classes. So I'm not like, the fact that WotC made this decision that they thought was best for their game, that doesn't impact me all that much, but it just makes the necessity for me to make my own classes even more so, in my opinion. So the 2024 changes, they don't really change anything that I like cared about, if that makes sense, you know? You can add the weapon masteries in, but I'm still rather uninterested in a lot of the martial classes, which kind of sucks. But I don't know. Are we? Because like people last year were really mad about the 2024 changes, and I'm sensing nobody here is really mad about them. I feel like something changed, something flipped. Everyone just kind of like accepted it, hey? Which isn't a bad thing. It's just like, do we all just kind of accept this is the new norm? But a lot of time to make it, maybe I'll do some beadwork and make a cosplay for my indigenous nymph Horizon Walker character. Her outfit is a love letter to my heritage and is really detailed. Oh, that's cool. That's awesome, bro. Where is your, if I can ask, where is your heritage specifically from? Because that's pretty cool, man. I love that kind of like cultural clothing and, you know,
That's really rad. Good morning, Cal. We're doing good, man. It's good to see you. How you doing, bro? Love the changes to 2024A, but it still has a lot of flaws. Been doing 5e for years now, and the flaws only grow more apparent as time goes on. Sure, yeah, that's fair. The Ranger still sucks. Oh, man. People are just married to what they know, so change is hard, which is 100% true as well. Yeah, people will always resent the change because it's not what they. Yeah, no, that's fair. You've been digging into the MCDM draw steel and might have to give it a shot one of our next campaigns. It feels way better in terms of character customization, builds, and combat. So I really want to buy and play draw steel and Daggerheart because they feel like they're taking the game in a bit of a different direction. It's like draw steel, and I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. If anybody has experience with both. It feels like draw steel goes in the direction of slightly crunchier wargamey D&D. Still preserving the soul and integrity of sort of modern D&D, versus Daggerheart leans entirely into the modern D&D storytelling and sort of sheds a lot of the D&D side of like the WotC vestigial kind of war game aspects. So they're both like specializing, which I think is fine. It's great. You know, it's kind of like playing board games. No one has this presumption of when you play a board game, everyone's going to play Catan. I would really love for the TTRPG space to be really big and really like diverse, and I think that we had a little bit of that with the OGL, but I think the communities fumbled it. I think the communities fumbled the ball. Some of the developers fumbled it as well, but I think the communities really fucked it up, and people messed up the OGL opportunity. It was atrocious for me, man, to watch. They've not attached to the old ways because it didn't have much experience the others. That's fair. Yeah, like you could accuse me of just being attached to 3.5 because it was my first edition, but like that I played like very seriously with friends in high school. But I still do think like the 5th ed changes I don't really care about. 4th ed like was whatever, is fun, but I really do think that like the 5th ed changes that they made from 4th and 3.5, I'd say from 3.5 because 5th ed feels like the successor to 3.5. 4th ed feels like it kind of went in a different direction, which is great, and I love they did that, but 5th did not build on 4th. 5th built on 3.5 in my opinion. And I don't like a lot of the things they did between that change or whatever. Good morning, Sabine. I'm glad you're free from meetings for a little while anyway. Hopefully the rest of the day. Sabine, if you're a little tired today, you want to take the rest of the day off, don't worry about it. Just take the rest of the day off. I don't mind. Okay. Feel like a 4th ed was made for Critical Role style players. You think? It's sure more tactical, but I was surprised how much material promotes roleplay and make deep, thorough characters. Really? Can I buy the Draw Steel books now, or are they just from the fulfilling Kickstarter stuff or whatever? You know, if I buy the Draw Steel books, I'll be instantly hooked, and I can't just start another campaign. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Possibilities and tangible things make the backstory choices feel more real. Interesting. Digital only. I want the book, man. Gotta say I'm not liking 2024 rules set. The DM for my online game is insisting on using it. What is personally interrupting your character game? Like, what character are you playing with? What thing from 2024 is the thing that's making it harder for you, Salesian? I'm very curious about that kind of complaint, because I think it's a valid complaint. I'm just wondering where it, you know. My grandmother is Alaska native, Denina, and live in Washington, but raised knowing I'm native. I look pasty as heck though. That's cool. That's kind of like Ella. Ella is part Métis, so she's just like looks like a white chick, you know. It's funny though, because when we go to like the res or whatever, like, 'cause we live pretty close to a bunch of like, you know, Albertan bands or whatever. You know, they'll always be like, oh, I see it in you, but nobody ever guesses that she's Métis. So I get that though. But that's cool. That's actually a really rad, like, that entire like northern kind of Inuit circle has a really cool costuming and design elements to pull out of their like the cultural kind of like garb. So it's really cool stuff to reference. That'd be actually kind of rad. That'd be really cool. And it's cool to do stuff that kind of represents your history as well, Salesian, because I thoroughly enjoy bringing some of that Slavic influence into, like, subtle Slavic influence into certain cultures in Teleria. Like, all of Novalia and the Desarin Valley have this, like, general light Western Slavic kind of vibe. So I totally get that desire to bring some of your culture in there. It's cool, man. It's connecting to the roots. Tradition is important. Keeps us connected, you know? So you should absolutely take the time to do something like that, I think. Physical shipping eventually, PDFs now, right. I don't want a PDF, man. I want the physical book, bro. If I want the PDF, I just get it from Thorkin. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, man. Come on, it's a joke. Come on, Matt Colville. I just got some funnies today. Relax, bro. I'm not pirating your D&D alternative. I'd pay for that shit. I'd pay for it. I get that. I get it like Ella. Also, thanks for saying deny right. And yes, exactly. My character's armor is fur trimmed and stuff is rad. That's why I probably didn't get it right. Yeah, it's very like Inuit words are really tough for me. They're like there's a lot of Cree words around where I live that are like you kind of learn the pronunciation stuff, but Inuit words are an entire fucking new thing for me that I always mess up. So Maggie, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to the stream, dude. Honored to have you. Biggest problem with Ranger is the class fantasy is better executed in other classes now. Stealth, Commando, play Rogue, Jack of all trades, play Bard, Bow McArrow guy, play Fighter. Yeah. Well, is there a problem? Like let me pose the question. Let me pose the dark question, the mask off moment that nobody wants to admit is maybe the better way of doing it. Is it really a problem to limit ranged combat with a bow to one class? Because I feel like, and I could be wrong, and I'm willing to listen, man. I'm trying to be respectful, but I feel like the people that get mad about, and I'm asking here, I'm not telling, I'm asking, but my intuition is that I feel like the people who get mad about the only class that can use a bow effectively being the Ranger basically have like Reddit credit out the ass. And you know what I mean when I say that. I don't feel like anyone actually has a problem with it. The Ranger being the bow class. Like, who was complaining about how they wanted to play a ranged fighter? Or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck, man? Let's just let the Rangers be the bow users, and that can be their class identity. I don't care. You know? Who's actually butthurt about this? Anybody? I don't know, man. I think we're being gaslit here. Mermaid Fighters, Melee, and Rangers dual wield or ranged as one of the other dual wield classes in the game, and it was the best Ranger it ever was. Yeah, that's a shame. Pretty close to your tribe than Inuit in many ways. Oh, really? So you're more like the coastal. Oh, when you say Alaska, do you mean bonus Canada or do you mean actual Alaska? Because like there's like actual like Alaska, and that's like a lot of it. The north half anyway is like all Inuit, and then there's bonus Canada that you guys call Alaska, right? So when you go on an Alaska cruise, you basically go to bonus Canada. It's all the stuff on the coast. Is that what? Because that would be very close, like to the Cree language and stuff. 100%. A lot of similarities to the like British Columbia, Alberta side of things there. Ranger's more than just the bow arrow or bow guy. Aragorn is inspiration for the Ranger, and he uses a longsword the whole time. Sure, but like just mechanically in RPGs though. Not really worried about the kind of the thematic origins. I'm just talking about the RPG side of things. That's what I'm wondering if anyone actually has really like a problem with it. Because I just don't feel like it's the case, man. I feel like everyone was kind of okay with the Ranger being like, you want to use a bow effectively? Well, all the bow talents are in the Ranger talent tree. So multi-class into Ranger for a couple levels if you want to use your bow really well. You know? That's fine, bro. This whole like ranged fighter, ranged rogue. Like, I will admit the whole sniper aspect on the rogue, I could see it being a thing, but like I'm more okay with ranged rogue than ranged fighter. You know what I mean?
Like ranged rogue is kind of like, it's a different play style. You're playing the stealthy or whatever. You're trying to use this like sniper mechanic. But like ranged fighter is just, you just bow better than the ranger does. You just bow more. You weapon more. You weapon harder. Right? Fight bonus Canada. Culturally, I've noticed a lot of similarities. Definitely Coastal and Athabascan. I see. Okay. Yeah. I never know, because like you talk about Alaska, and a lot of the cool stuff that happens in Alaska is like just like much more closer connected to the mountain area, whatever, than like actual like barren fucking tundra Alaska. I just have to clarify there. 2024 Battlemaster Fighter is a better Aragorn than Ranger is. That's so tragic. That's tragic, man. That's so upsetting. The hell. I want to be my cool Ranger self in a game. Let me be Legolas. Let me put that ass into Legolas. Be that boy. Be him. The handsome elvish princeling. Oh shit, they'll find my alternate TikTok now if I say too much. Oh god. Oh god, I gotta shut up. Ashley will know. She'll link in chat. All that stuff of it, I'm just disappointed by how they handled it in the transition from 5th ed to 2024. You mean with the subclasses or what? What's the main gripe that Rangers have about 2024? Is it that their multi or their subclass features and shit were just completely abandoned, or is there something mechanically with masteries and stuff that Ranger players are mad about? Because like Ranger players being mad is kind of like a friend that constantly is breaking up. Like the first time they complain about something, you're like, oh my god, that's awful. But like, you know, by the 15th time in like 2 weeks, you're like, okay, I don't know what you're mad about, but I support you. That's kind of the way I feel like Ranger players get treated in the community. You know? There's always an issue, so I don't really remember the specifics of what the issue was this week. Just because it's true doesn't mean I have to say it out loud, right? 2024 is better, just didn't go far enough. The bigger culprit, I think, is that subclasses are lacking. Like, why not have each subclass do something cool with Hunter's Mark? If you're going to make that as a core feature, or at least give better buffs to Hunter's Mark faster. Yeah, there's like no reason to stay in range that long, right? I'm recording, Sabine, yes. And did you want to start with the eyes first, like you were saying, or has Evan changed after the flood TM? No, I'm just kind of I'm just kind of getting back into the groove. I'm just taking my time on it. I'm really unpracticed and out of sorts a little bit, so I'm just kind of taking my time, meandering. I'm not thinking so much about the recording process or whatever, because honestly, it's taxing enough on me mentally to even be like back to streaming and drawing at the same time. So I'm just wherever I'm wandering right now on the piece. I do want to start with the, like, obviously pieces that expand out from the character's eyes and then have the face done first are better for videos, and that's totally something that I still believe in. But right now I'm just kind of chilling. So no, you're absolutely right, and I appreciate the reminder. But today I'm just kind of relaxing. I'm just taking my time, wandering a little bit. You know? If ever I'm like out of drawing for a little bit and whatever, or I go on a trip or something like that, or take a break, I always feel like it's a little bit of a challenge for me to get back into everything. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. Like getting back into streaming is always very like chill, because it's just like turn on stream, say what's up. But getting back into like drawing and stuff, I kind of like to give myself a little bit of a warm up and a restart, a jolt. So the confidence is not there right now. I'm trying to sell it on this piece in the video regardless though, so character options being so restricted to certain subclasses and races, all my favorites aren't available. I see, okay. As a Ranger player, I don't know if I should be offended. I played Ranged Eldritch Knight Fighter, felt like it was very similar but had less utility and was constantly trying to add in more.
Yeah, okay. Player versus content. Ranger is fine. It's bad for filling the fantasy it advertises. Ranger being such a wide class leads to only being good if you want everything in a package. So you really have to sign up for the one narrow niche then that it has. If you want to be a nature guide with good berry and pass without a trace, play druid. If you want to be a stealth specialist with mild nature theming, rogue can still do it fine, and bard can actually do everything a ranger can. No! Bard guy with a bow. Bards don't know how to use weapons. They only know how to use various tunings of loots. Was Bard a mistake? Do we think Bard was a mistake? I think Bard might have been a mistake. Oh god. How do we deal with this? I think Bard might have been a mistake, guys. I don't know if we should have made bards. We probably shouldn't have given them their own class. Barge, like, should have been handled more like the noble from Saga Edition. The skill challenge master. The skill challenge master. The same jack of all trades class. One is full caster, one gets weapon masteries. Give them both weapon masteries and jack of all trades skills, whatever's full caster. Damn it, Watsy. Let me fulfill my fantasy of being... Actually, I've never wanted to play a bard. Like, not even once. It's just lame. What are you, fucking minstrel? Maybe in an ironic way. I guess most people play D&D ironically, so that's fine. Don't let Brooklyn hear me. Brooklyn, I will say it to her face. All right? I'll even use her tiefling bard as an example. I'll say it. I'll say it. Yep. I will. The player playing a ranger, and at least for her, it's not exactly, or not really another class that could capture the fantasy character she's playing, like ranger is. Interesting. Okay. Druid or rogue or bard wouldn't really do it better, mechanically anyway. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Been summoned? No, shit. Brooklyn, we were talking about how cool and awesome and pretty your characters are. Wow. Wow, what? Who is... Wait, what's her Insta? Oh my god, that tiefling bard's so cool. Did she have a brand? Does she have a makeup line? What? Oh my god, she's so cool. What the fuck? What? Is that a noble Viking warrior? The queen? What? What? Did she do a collab with Sephora? We weren't talking about anything. What do you mean? Yeah, shit. We got caught, Natasha. I mean what I say. I never wanted to play a bard my entire life. Get me out of here. I'll triple down on it. You can't stop me. I keep forgetting not to overly shade Astral Knight hair because their hair is always white. I have to restrain myself every time from going too deep into the shadows. Bards are useless. What? What? I think, unironically, Brooklyn, I think that you might hold the record, besides Ulner, for the most liked videos consistently from one person for characters that I've drawn. Obviously, Ulner's far away in the lead. No one can break Ulner's record because I think Ulner's videos are like the ones that, I mean, how many views are on like my Ulner video? A couple 100,000, right? I think. Hold on, let me scroll. Let me scroll. I think Ulner's the Ulner's at the top, but I think your characters are consistently the ones that had the highest, like, most views. Besides, yeah, about there. Weird that. Yeah, where's Ulner? Ulner just eclipses everything. Ulner and Natalie, 300,000. Holy shit, that one's insane. I gotta pin this video. How do I pin this shit? I don't know if I can do it on Instagram. Where was Ulner? Oh shit! So this character beat out Ulner. Oh wow! So Eve beat out Ulner. No, this is a repost. That's a repost. Where was the original one? 250K. 530. That can't be it. Oh, maybe it was. All right. Well. Shows what I know. I already know it's got on my own Instagram account. We can't have RGB Astral Night hair, not canonically. The part of the ritual that that the knights go under or undergo go under. Part of the ritual that the knights have to undergo like strips their hair of any color, and it causes their eyes to start glowing a pale blue as well. So you lose your hair color and your eye color when you become an Astral Knight and you go undergo the Ascension ritual. After that, man, well, you're on your own, kid. Shots been fired, yeah. Because characters pull views? Actually, though, right? Listen, man. People recognize good characters when they see them. Not all of my clients have characters that the internet likes. Brooklyn has consistently brought to the table characters the internet likes, so she knows. Claymore style? Were her eyes blue? I don't remember that. Alice did pretty good. I saw 11K. Yeah, that's decent actually. Yeah. I don't know what I think his video did really well on TikTok, if I'm not mistaken, but he was trying to rage bait me and it will not work. Well, are we convinced? Rogue, Magic Initiate, Druid, expertise, Nature, Animal Handling. Your expertise is even one level earlier unless you really want a Beast Companion. Ranger does have some unique things. They're hyper niche. You want to dual wield with a Beast Companion. Oh, I see. Yeah, right. Yeah. So you have to like really be invested in that one thing they do to... Okay. I see. Did such a fantastic job drawing my characters. That's why the videos did so well. Aw, man. You're being too kind. You're being way too nice. Look, they're great characters, alright? I can't work with subpar characters, alright? They have to be great designs. You guys had some sick designs, though. I'll admit, like... There's only been, like... I'll be honest about the process. There's only been a couple of coffee pieces that I haven't wanted to post that I've done. It's been a really, really high percentage of, like, really great character recommendations and requests. So, it's been cool. Been cool, man. Your eyes are silver or golden and cat-like, but in the world, becoming a claymore strips you the color from your hair and changes your eyes. Oh, well, I think that the idea of your hair color being stripped is like it's some kind of an old like alchemist or whatever thing. Like they do it in The Witcher, they do it in it for some reason it's like a I don't remember why, but it's like a thing that comes from somewhere in like old folklore or whatever. That's why it like keeps reappearing in fantasy. I don't remember where though. I don't know what the origin was, but it was something. Real life is stripping the color from your hair? Yeah, true, man. I got my first... I was so scared, Natasha. I got my first gray hairs when I was like 20.
So I have like a couple of gray hairs. Not like enough that you'd see on stream or whatever. People don't notice in person, but I have a couple of like silver hairs. And I have since I was like 20, and I got like a bunch of them, and then it just stopped. It never progressed. I thought I was gonna be like gray by the time I was 30. My mom was like gray when she was like my age, so I was like, I'm fucked. But no, dude, I'm chilling. The stress though, we'll see. Holy man. I'm still like 80% sure that the next time I have to go for a haircut, I'm just gonna buzz my head and just go full Diablo Crusader. Carve some like runes or some shit into the side of my head. You know, go full Jimbro. Full Jimbro mixed with Crusader of the hells of Diablo or whatever. Something like that. She's gonna have some weird shit going on with her hair, man. We're gonna make it work out. She's got that Novalian Padme Amidala kind of heritage. All the noble ladies from Novalia take their hair very seriously, alright? It's a status symbol for them. So even the Astral Knights do. So maybe I want to put braids in here instead. Do I want to give her the Alicia braid? That would make sense though that she had the Alicia braid. Because then that's where Alicia got her braid from, I guess. Was maybe that lineage of the master. Do it as a braid instead. Could try it. Mess around a little bit, try some things. Listen, it's a thing amongst the Novalians. They spend a lot of time on this shit. They don't mess around. Like the braid vibe? Alright. Brooklyn approves, and that's what we're doing. How did Alicia's braid work? Didn't work very well. Just sort of did its thing, I guess. Constructed like this, I think. Why not, man? They'll wake up at 4 in the morning to their work routine as needed. And for the 7 and 8 workout on their hair. Yeah, basically. They do the face ice baths with the expensive water too. Yep. No, it's like a big status symbol in Novalia. Is your the length and styling of your hair. It's culturally important to them. So we can't skip it, alright? Then it shows the progression from Alicia to Eve and how the characters are connected then. Okay? I'm thinking this through, alright? I know what I'm doing at least a little bit this time. Let's not set the bar too high for next time, though. First bounce of a job interview. Oh, shit. Okay, good luck, Brooklyn. Publicly, it goes well. Interview. Nerve-wracking. Dude, what's it like to interview for a job? I've never had to interview for a real job. I don't know what it's like.
especially in the modern era where everything's like AI approval from fucking algorithmic company, whatever bullshit. It's gotta be stressful moving jobs nowadays. The last time I had to interview for a job, I am not shitting you, was like actually do a real interview, was like retail. It was like Best Buy when I was in art school. I've never had to do like a real position like for art or, you know, graphic design or whatever. It's always been just basically like, hey, your stuff's good, can you come do this contract work for us? Okay. Hey, you've been doing contract work for us, do you want to like join the team for a little while or whatever? And you're like, okay. Never like a, hello, you don't know me and I don't know you, and I'd like to consider the possibility of us having a mutually beneficial employment relationship. I don't know what that whole process is like, you know? Is the vibe check? Is it really? Serious vibe check? Feels stressful though, you know? The closest thing that I've had is like when I'm talking to really big clients about a project. And then it's kind of like an interview. You're kind of, but like you're both interviewing each other. That's something that a lot of people don't realize, is that when I'm talking about something like a project with somebody or whatever, and they're trying to figure out if they want to work with me, I haven't decided that I want to work with them yet. Until after we chat. It's like kind of an interview maybe, but there's no like credentials, you know? It's not like, oh, well, it says here that you've drawn all this other stuff, you know? No one's inspecting anyone's credentials. If anyone asked to like if anyone for any contract work ever asked to inspect my credentials, I'd immediately nope out of there. It's like, what credentials? I streamed on Twitch for the past fucking 5 years and drawn like hot tiefling bards for Brooklyn. That's credential enough, you know? I've always treated them both, hiring and being a hiree. Really? Vibe check also has been my experience, at least in IT. Some positions were a quiz or you ask for stories and experiences. You don't do them Google interviews? If you have 17 penguins and all 17 of them need to get a driver's license, but the DMV only has 3 stalls open, and the world is 2084 where robots are filling cups with ping pong balls, how much of the color purple would you use in painting the Mona Lisa? And you're like, what the fuck? Oh, you know what? Sorry. It wasn't Best Buy. It was the game store. I remember I interviewed for the game store. I had a job interview for the game store, but like, you know, they already kind of know that they're going to hire me. And the job interview process was this weird formality where the manager was kind of LARPing. The manager actually unironically asked me the question, what are my worst qualities? And because he unironically asked me that question, I unironically told him that I work too hard. And like the owner's sitting there in the chair beside him, and he starts snickering because he knows that's a stupid question. He knows that I gave him a stupid answer, and we all knew that it was stupid. That was the last time I did a proper interview, though, I guess, right? That was a good job, man. I enjoyed working in the game store. My current boss likes to tell his stories of my interview to each new batch of interns out annually. Have you guys seen those videos of those rat dog chihuahuas visibly shaking? That was Sabine. Oh no. She just stopped shaking. I think she would be a good fit. That's adorable. I like that. That's funny, man. Don't scare the interns. Not the interns, man. Yeah, what's like to intern somewhere? That's gotta be even more terrifying. You have one shot to not fuck it up, to earn your place in the team, otherwise you get told to buzz off. That's funny, man. That's awesome. You know, for the longest time I thought that I would work in like the big corporate environment at video game studios. That was my dream, man. My dream was to work at Blizzard Entertainment or ILM. Or one of those like big studios or something like that, you know? I always wanted to. there's still a part of me that like I've gotten offers to work in the games industry since I started streaming that were like kind of the moments where I realized that this is what I want to do, is when I had to turn down those opportunities. But trying to be respectful here, none of them were for studios that carried the same kind of weight and prestige to me as like Blizzard would have. I don't know if I'd have the fucking tenacity to turn down a job at Blizzard. If they said we're going to pay for you to move to Irvine and work for us, I'd probably say yes and then just work 150 hours a week and just do all my streaming stuff in the evening. Nothing would change for Eldar. I just probably wouldn't take commissions anymore. I'd do more for Eldar, to be honest. But I don't know. Maybe a distraction for me. I don't know if I would accept that job or not now. Or like one of the dream studios, Riot, Blizzard, whatever. I just always thought that I probably wouldn't, to be honest. If I'm being real, I probably wouldn't. But it's just weird because like I always thought that I always was like mentally preparing for an interview. Like, what would I say when they ask me to like about my work or whatever, when I have to do my art test and shit like that? Because you have to do that. You have to like do art tests and shit if you're an artist. They're always kind of like weird and I don't really like them, but I've seen them. I've done them. For like junior positions. If you're applying for a senior position, obviously you don't have to like do a test or whatever. Kind of like tech, coding and stuff like that. Been asked to tell a joke in my interview. Really? That's awesome. How did dream of working for corporate America? Wait, how did we all dream working for corporate America? And then adults, I'm sitting here like, giving it a corporate America. Yeah. Well, I always just wanted to be in that environment. Like to be honest, you know what the worst part of being like doing what I do, as far as, well, the worst parts are the stress and the pressure and hours, and then the like quality of life thing that's the worst about what I do as opposed to working for a studio is that I don't have peers. I don't have like a senior artist. When I'm dealing with some sort of like existential art issue, I don't have a senior artist that I can go to that's like art big brother for me, or an art director that's like art dad for my team and say, hey, this is the issue I'm struggling with. So you don't have like artists to really succeed. You really got to be surrounded by peers. Very, very few artists do it on their own. Almost none of them. Almost none. And the more I sort of like go through the process of this whole thing, the more I realize that my speed has been severely handicapped by not having that sort of group around me of like-minded artists. Because I have lots of friends that are artists, but I'll be honest, not a single artist friend of mine, and I mean this with all the love and respect in my heart, not a single artist friend of mine is going in the same direction with their art as I am. So even artists that I know that are very serious with what they do, like they don't pursue the same types of things that I'm pursuing. And so it's hard to talk about specific issues with like how to learn something or how to get through something or whatever, you know, because it's like you can't necessarily talk to somebody who does like comic books about how to do how to like progress with your animation studies. You know what I mean? So when you're in a studio and you're all working on a project together, you have that community, and it's really important for artists to have. And it's like one of the biggest things that self-taught artists, which I'm not technically, but I basically am 95% a self-taught artist at this point in time. People don't like to admit that because you go to art school, you're suddenly now no longer allowed to ever teach yourself anything anymore. You're like out of the club, which is like ridiculous, and I don't like that. Saga, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in, dude. Honored to have you. But it is one of those things that, like, if you've never been part of that community, you have no idea what you're missing out on. You have no idea what kind of resources you're missing out on if you've never had, you know, art mentor in whatever capacity at a studio, on a team, whatever, that can tell you, hey man, looks like you're struggling a bit. Here's what you should do. And you're like, cool. That's the hardest part about doing this on your own, I think, is not having that. So I always wanted to be part of a studio and have that whole thing, you know, or whatever, but just never worked out that way. And I'm not mad about it necessarily, because it's one of those things that, like, I don't think that I would have followed that pathway too far or whatever. I don't think I would have stayed in there too much or for too long. Or maybe I would have. Maybe that's the terrifying thing. Maybe I absolutely would have stayed in that path. Maybe I would have stayed in that career, and then I wouldn't have done my own thing. And that's a terrifying thought, hey? Like, I have a lot of friends that terrify me because they're comfortable. They're comfortable and they talk about their dreams as this kind of like whimsical, like, oh yeah, when I was young, I dreamed of... And they say like 5 things with this like sorrowful expression. Like, yeah, I used to dream about making my own video game. They're like, oh, why don't you do that? Well, I mean, you know. You're like, well, I don't know what you mean. Inform me, you know? So there is that, I guess. But I never get to go to meetings, man. Y'all guys are going to meetings and shit. At least 5 times a stream, someone says BRB meeting. Shit, like 8 times today so far. It always seems like fun, man. I want to go to a meeting. I just want to sit in on a meeting. I just want to know what it's like, you know? Maybe I don't. Maybe I'm good. Maybe I'm chill. I think I need to expand the braid out here for this to work. Yeah. The braid must grow. It must grow. There we go. Okay, that works. We start running chat meetings. We'll send you an invite. Oh, sick, dude. Let's go. Yeah, guys, BRB, I have a meeting. I got a meeting with chat. We gotta talk about my lack of performance in the last review or whatever you guys talk about in meetings. You know? Corporate bar manager in 2023. Went to meetings. Don't recommend it. They could have been text messages. Man. Watch my former best friend give up on all her dreams and not admit it always killed me too. Yeah, right? Like I have a friend that terrifies me more than anyone else that I know, because he like there's friends of mine that were artists that are tragedies in my experience. That's like, I had a friend in art school and she wanted to be like a high fashion, like Van Cleef, fucking Tiffany, whatever jewelry brand creator. She wanted to create a high jewelry brand. She always dreamed of like being on the runway, like with couture fashion or whatever. And she wanted to do this whole thing, but it was hard. Obviously. She was serious. She even went to Italy to study goldsmithing after she went, like, we went to the same art school and she studied silversmithing there. And then she went to study goldsmithing and like gem cutting, all this shit in Italy, and did this whole thing. And then she just gave up because it was hard. I'm like, I guess, you know, she went and got a different degree and did something completely different. I don't think she's touched like her tools probably in a decade. And that's tragic to me. That's tragic. But, you know, whatever. The thing that's scary is a friend of mine who makes around $200,000 a year, because he hit 100 grand, and I saw the second he started making, and he bragged about it when he did, but brag about it in a way that you brag about to your friends, like he was excited. It was like a milestone, you know. It's not like, oh, I'm making 100 grand a year. No, it was like, guys, I finally like broke 100K, like probably broke 6 figures, and we were all like, let's fucking go, dude. We're all excited for him. But with that, I also saw his dreams die. He just started, like, that thing that he was going to do just started being like, he started pushing it off and pushing it off and pushing it off, until one day I asked him, like, so what about this? And he's like, you know, I couldn't do that now. I'm like, why not? Just like, you have the whatever, just like go do the thing. He's like, nah, because like I got like, I can't take less hours, got more responsibilities at work, and I got the team and whatever, and you know, the mortgage, and I just got the car lease or whatever. And it's like his comfort chained him down to obligation. That's terrifying to me. That's truly terrifying. Is that his means grew and he let that chain him down to a trajectory, and then he couldn't get out. You know, like, does that make sense? That's what terrifies me. And he's happy, and I'm happy for him. for the most part. But every once in a while when we talk about projects and stuff, he just has this kind of like sadness, you know? And that kind of kills me. Following my sordid dream and building my own TTRPG? What do you mean a sordid dream? That sounds like a great dream. Let's go. That's awesome. Hey, building a whole TTRPG from scratch is ambitious. You know? It does, it's a scary thought. Yeah, because we've all felt it, you know? We've all felt it. We've all signed a car lease or loan. We've all moved into a place or done whatever. We've all expanded in some way. We've expanded our life into it's like the idea of people who make twice as much as you living paycheck to paycheck, and you're like, how? Because that's what happens, man. You know? That's what happens to your life. And like, if you don't guard it, not to say that's a bad thing, and you shouldn't like, you know, be super bummed if it happens, but like, if then you can't now divert course and change course to do the thing that you wanted to do, that you always dreamed to do, is that okay? Like, are you okay with that? Because by the way, there's nothing wrong with having a great fucking job and going home and enjoying your life. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm talking about the creatives that had a goal, that grew up dreaming of like making films and then settled. That's what I'm talking about. If you're just like, bro, I like my big fancy paying job where I make a lot of money and I can like buy D&D shit and like, you know, buy Magic the Gathering collector boxes, like that's totally fine, bro. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever, even the slightest, so long as you're happy. I just know more and more people as I get older that what they thought they wanted wasn't actually what would make them happy. Forever dream because it's rather new. I see. Well, let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. New TTRPG. Genre defying. Generation defining. A brand new era of games and wonders. Why not? Why not you? Gotta jump in full, though. Can't waddle in halfway. Time to quit the job, sell the family, divorce the car. No, bad Evan. No. Move to Bali. I don't know what people do. I'm just spitballing here, I'm guessing. I'm just guessing. Alright, let's compare here. We're kind of on point here. Alright. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna throw some water in my ice here. I'm gonna settle down to the same job as her mom. She says that she's happy, but every time we talk, it's an onslaught of complaints. Yeah. Yeah, she's not happy she's stuck. That's true. That's true, man. Yep. I feel that. Okay, be a sec.
Okay. Okay. Character's looking pretty. Thanks, Legion. I'm glad you like her. She is a very important lore character for the game I'm going to be running for Ella, so I can't screw her up. She'll also be an important NPC for the Astral Knights, so if you play an Astral Knight, you might get a chance to do a quest for her. I kind of want to do this like starting zone area type like quest chain for the Astral Knights. Almost sort of treat them kind of like a video game thingy or whatever. I don't know. Maybe that's lame. There's maybe somebody I'll be at a point where to commission you for the project. Yeah, for sure, right? Be honored. I'll be honored, yo. Love me some TTRPGs. Okay. Where do we want to go next? I feel like the Novalian women's hairstyle thingy that I'm working on needs to have more like ornamentation as well. Not just in styles, but like more fancy braids and like rings and trinkets and stuff, clips, whatever. Maybe we'll include some of that in there. It's like Astral Knights don't entirely like, they don't like completely destroy their previous connection to their like who they were and grew up as and whatnot. They have this sense of like allegiance to their order above all else and all other well, powers or anything like that. Oaths. Not really ever an issue of like having, you don't have to like strip yourself of your former identity. Knights who are like important enough in their kind of, you know, their family or their connections or whatever, still like travel back home for things. They just don't often maintain a family. That's like the one thing that Astral Knights don't usually do. Is they don't usually start a family. It can happen, but it's rarer, I guess. It's like one of the weird lore things about them. Just because it's like, it'd be really hard to, you know? How you gonna balance trying to save the world all the time with, I don't know, raising some kids or whatever? Okay. Let's maybe... I put like rings and stuff like that in her hair or what? Could do like another braid or something going down each side. Let me think about it. That's dope, like Witcher meets Jedi. I don't, to be fair, I don't know enough about The Witcher. Like background lore. I played some of the games and like watched the series, or at least the good part of it. You know? The good season. The Jedi comparison is similar. There's not as much of like a... I'd say that an individual Astral Knight would be a lot more... They would be too zealous to be a Jedi. They'd be too intense. Like Jedis have a very much this thing about like kind of the monk side of it's like balance and whatnot. An Astral Knight would be closer to like a Space Marine maybe than a Jedi. Along those lines. Because like the whole point about the Astral Knight is like during the Ascension ritual, almost all of them die. So like the Order sacrifices the very best and brightest youth of the Sage Orders to make Astral Knights.
And the willingness to do that is seen as barbaric and awful by a lot of the orders. Like a lot of the astral sage orders will not let their acolytes basically, or their students become astral knight acolytes. Because like the TLDR of the lore is an astral sage is basically a space wizard in my setting. So they utilize a type of magic that's basically drawn from the universe, the stars, constellations, whatever. They're in tune with the universe's aura and magical flows. So they use magic like primordial magic before the magic becomes like scented or flavored as like arcane, fell, nature, whatever. They use the raw battery of the magic in the universe as a natural force, and they shape it into basically the origination magics of creation. So they use a very powerful magic that just they're not very good at it. Like an astral sage that mastered their magic could basically like create the worlds and do amazing stuff, but they can't because they're just not very good at it, right? An astral knight is somebody who is selected from the sage orders. So they have to be very much in tune and very proficient. And they agree basically to undergo the training in this like military indoctrination organization, super intense, zealous order of these kind of like dark, mysterious, very intense knights that are like kind of the dark protectors of the sage order. So they're very intense. Like astral knights, they're not humorless, but they're very intense people. They're very serious. And so part of like what happens when you are selected, then you're selected. You're not dragged. This isn't like forced or abducted or anything. You are selected with the honor to go be a chance to be an astral knight. So you go to the order and you are the top of your batch, man, the elite of the elite, and you get to go to the Astari or the Astari Temple and you get to participate in your training, and you start training and you can wash out, and sometimes a lot of them do. A lot of the if they get like 20 adepts in their order, like they might send like 10 home within the first year or so. And so you are of like 1,000 sages students, you are the top 20, and then you're only in the top 10 that made it. And in your training, eventually you have to undergo this ritual. So the ritual is basically what the sages do is they grab the magics of the universe and they channel them into spells. So they use all the Eldari rings and runes that I've designed basically to funnel magic through like lenses to kind of pull it in and then push it out as a spell, right? One thing they never do is they never draw the magic into them, because the physical form couldn't take that kind of magic. You'd burn up from the inside out. So they always have like, they have their astral atlas and whatnot. Like anytime I draw an astral sage, I will typically draw them with their atlas, which is this little device here that you see with astral sages. So they use this astral atlas to basically pull the magic of the universe in and then craft it into whatever spell they want and then push it out. They never draw it into themselves because that would kill them. So it's kind of a taboo. The knights, on the other hand, they utilize this magic basically by drawing it into themselves. They have this mysterious like taboo, this ritual where they inscribe one of these Eldari rings onto their body, into their flesh, that like opens them up to the powers of the universe. So the whole point is then that you draw the power into you and you push it out through your weapon. So that's why their weapon, the astral steel that they use, is so important, because it can channel this power. So you're basically drawing in direct magic into your body and pushing it out into your spell casting that you use with your weapon and your sort of the martial kind of skills that you have with it. But it's very dangerous. So only the strongest can like even think about undergoing this ritual. But if you have so you're in your class of 20 people and 10 washed out, well, if 10 of you go into that ritual chamber where they more or less carve this rune into your body, they leave you in there for like 3 weeks. They come back and all you're supposed to do is not die. You have to spend 3 weeks meditating in the dark, basically in agony, as you try your hardest to focus your spirit into yourself, to not let the energies of the universe tear you up from the inside out. So sometimes they'll walk into the chamber and they'll be like one alive.
They'll open up the fucking door after 3 weeks to see who survived the ascension, and like sometimes everyone's dead, and they're like, oh well. And so this whole thing is considered barbaric. So the Sage Orders will be like, we just gave you like our 20 best students. You sent back 10, and then a couple of years back, later you send back 10 corpses. Like, what the fuck? So a lot of the sages don't like them because of that. The whole point of the Astral Knights is, why do they go to such lengths? Because the whole point and process of being an Astral Knight is that you are protecting a secret. And part of the class story is uncovering exactly what that secret is. And so the idea with the Order is that, why are they willing to sacrifice their youth? Why are they willing to go through this process? Why are they willing to do all this stuff and go through this process? And if you understand what their mission, what their true mission is, it's like, oh, I get it. And so very few people really know what the Astral Knights do. A lot of them, just think that they're protectors of the sages. Like, ooh, like who cares? We can protect ourselves. Why would we send our kids to and youthful, young adults to go? Because there's no really age limit on Astral Knight. Usually, if you're like in your mid-20s, you're on the older side, but you can join the Order and like whatever if you're good enough. But it's usually like maybe like late teenagers to early mid-20 somethings. If a lot of times the sages will be like, well, why are we sending why this is awful? Because they don't know what the knights actually, what their true mission is. And so very few people do. So the Order Masters are one of the few like people outside of the orders of the Astral Knight Order that knows what their actual the Astari are supposed to do. And so they're like, no, we're gonna keep sacrificing our best and brightest to this. It's that important. And you're like, what secret could be that important? I don't know. Play the class, man. You'll find out. It's pretty rad. Pretty fucking cool. So, yeah. So they're pretty intense. They don't mess around. They like. They're all pretty serious. They're all pretty focused. They're all pretty driven. They all kind of have this like dark sort of like, I don't know the best way to describe it. They have this like kind of almost like broody like intensity to them. So they have to be intense to reckon with like the forces of evil that threaten the powers of the universe. And I don't know, whatever you're gonna do as an Astral Knight, you have to be like kind of all in on it. So they're a whole thing, man. They're a whole thing. Where's my fan at, bro? Been off this whole time, no wondering I'm sweltering. Oh, is my window open? It is. Why is it so hot in here then? How hot is it out here? It's only like 15 degrees. What the fuck? Goes hard. Astral Knights don't have a bring your kid to work day. No, it'd be a bit awkward. So there's a lot of similarities in the whole like a lot of people will draw similarities of like, oh, so they're just Jedi. It's like, more like Space Marines than Jedi, I guess. Jedi are a little too chill. Astral Knights have very little chill to speak of, I guess. They're definitely not relaxing on the beach. It's amazing. Love the concept of a similar order class in my setting. Let's go, dude. Definitely sounds like Witchers. Is it? Because, like, don't you have to, like, drink the fucking potion and not die to be a Witcher? Isn't that the thing that everybody's mad about for the new Witcher? Because Ciri couldn't, like, drink the potion and not die? Or something? I don't remember. People who were mad about The Witcher, I was just not paying attention when The Witcher trailer dropped. But they're like, she couldn't go through the thing that does the whatever. They're all mad about it for some reason. I don't know if they're like supposed to be mad or not, because I, again, don't really know much about the setting like that. I know there's a potion you gotta drink and you might die. But I'll admit I'm not an expert. That's fucking tough. They're supposed to be. Like, to mechanically make an Astral Knight in game, you can play an Astral Knight at level 1, but thematically you probably shouldn't have an Astral Knight that's like lower than like level 6. you kind of come out like an elite. Like the Astral basically aren't scared of anybody. They're kind of like they're your top of the food chain amongst like martial duelists in the world. There's not many people that they'll mess around with them. Then again, there's a lot of people who just have no idea what an Astral Knight is even. Like if you have a player, if you're playing an Eldar game, you're GMing an Eldar game, and you have a player who's playing an Astral Knight, it's not like everyone's like, oh my god, it's an Astral Knight. It's basically like nobody knows them, and when your Astral Knight visits a Sage temple, you roll a die to see if the Sage even knows what what an Astral Knight is. Smaller order sages like circles or whatever, not like the great orders or anything like that, your sage will likely not know what the fucking Astral Knight is. They'll be like, who's this like weirdo in a black cape with blue eyes and shit, and why is your sword glowing? Let's see, talk about lore all day. Let's go, man. I like it. I always like doing story time. I feel like people get bored from it, so I appreciate that. Perk vibes for cosplay and crafting today. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear, man. Dude, I want to make an Astral Knight cosplay so bad. I'm really enjoying watching people play the class, though. People have been playtesting in the Discord, having a lot of fun with it. It's been cool. People getting angry about that are completely ignoring the cat school of witchers that had women and even elves as witchers. I thought that there was something about how Ciri couldn't, not because she was a girl, but because she was like a demigod or some shit like that. That's why she couldn't drink the fucking potion. I didn't think it was because she was like an elf or whatever, or a girl. I thought that it was because she was like some fucking being of she was some like fucking Naru or whatever. I thought that was the complaint. But again, I'm probably missing out on a giant piece of that there. Witchers go through some intense, brutal training and then are genetically augmented by this alchemical process. They lack organization and zealous vibes, as you described the Astral Knight having. Oh, okay, I see. But they still have, so there's still like an ascension. Like there's still like a moment where like a prospective Witcher might die, right? And they're willing to like sacrifice their students in the same way. Is that like the commonality there? There's like a whole lore section on the Astral Knights in the back of the actual like knight thingy. Where is it? I talk a little bit about the playing an Astral Knight, I think. Oh, is it not this one? Astral. I have a whole section in the back of the Astral Knight class talking about like how to play a knight, basically, that I don't have on the layout right now for some reason. But yeah, there's a lot of lore for them. They'll be out soon. You can read about it later if you care, you know. Way to describe training in my setting. Spooky elite dark protectors putting someone through all the torments of the abyss. That's cool. Lots of witches die. I think that has like 90% mortality rate or something. Damn. 310 kids survive the trial of the grasses, and more die in the actual training. Okay, yeah. So very similar then. I see. Yeah. Okay, I can definitely see the comparison. How are like Witcher candidates selected? Are they just like yoinking kids off the street to come be Witchers, or who's going to go be who is choosing to be a Witcher here? Orphans mostly. So it's kind of like a you don't have a choice in life, so you're gonna sign up for Witcher training. Because, like, you'll probably die, but it's better than the alternative where you're definitely going to die, kind of thing. They buy them? Oh my god.
Anime movie on Netflix goes into a lot of detail in the creation process of making a normal kid into Witcher. I kind of wanted to read the books, to be honest. I kind of wanted to get into that. But, I don't know. That's a lot of time, and I probably don't have for reading fantasy as much as I would like to. Seva, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Orphans, sometimes they take them as payment for jobs. Oh, okay. So are all the Witchers like good guys basically, or is it like, is Geralt like kind of an exception? Looks in the games clear the movies and the show. Well, the show, I liked the first season. I don't remember if the second season was good, but I only remember the first little bit of the show was decent with Cavill. When they started focusing on other characters and it was like a whole thing or whatever, I just could not give a shit. I tried to give a shit and I couldn't. And by like the most recent season, I just didn't even watch it. And they're like replacement actor or whatever. I'm not gonna, you know, it's like when the person who's like creatively inspired by the whole thing leaves, you know the project is fucked. You know it's absolutely cooked, man. It's roasted. It's gone. So other than the way Spartans are chosen for Spartan program in Halo, what's the story behind that? Because it seems like I like that theming, the way like Spartans in Halo or Space Marines or Witchers. There's like a whole like idea of sacrificing the youth and their potential to like create the guardians against the ward against the darkness or whatever. It's like an old theme, you know. They're taking as children, damn bro. Like a Night Watch situation where they take unwanted sons of the realms. Oh, I see. Okay. There's like a level of like unfortunate, like, damn bro, you really got sent to be a Witcher. They really sent your ass to the wall, didn't they? That's one of, I think, the key differences then with the sages sending, because they're sending their best and brightest, like they're volunteering, they're signing up. You're taking the absolute best and most elite sages, like prospective sages, and they're signing up to go do this thing because of the importance that it holds to their order. And like the whole, like the levels of like narrative payoff with an Astral Knight is, it's kind of like you thought being an Astral Knight was like the reason for signing up to be an Astral Knight you thought was like a good enough reason. But like as you uncover the secrets of the secret that the Astral Knights are protecting, not even Ella knows this. The true end game of the Astral Knight story is like a really, really big, like huge world narrative thing that ties in. So it's gonna be really fun when Ella or whoever is the first players of mine that goes through a long-term Astral Knight story gets there. I really want to be one of those things. It's like, man, this was worth the wait. This is worth the wait. The payoff was strong. It was worth it. Their assholes mostly, they're mercenaries and displays most normal people, so they tend to have a very jaded personality outside of dealing with other Witchers. So they're not Witchers to like protect against the monsters. They're just good at hunting monsters, so they do that, right? That's kind of why you always see like in the trailer, like people are like mad about Ciri, about like Witchers. They have a negative opinion about them. Because it's like, oh god, I guess we have to pay a Witcher to go kill that thing, right? That's interesting. Season 1 was fun. The other ones, after fell off, turned to a fanfic. Oh, really? Like the distinction that the Astral Knights aren't sourced from orphans, but like Peerless scarred from Red Rising. I'm not familiar with Red Rising even the slightest, so it did for me. Sometimes to be trained as a Spartan, they would steal the child at night, even kill the parents? Oh my god. That's some sci-fi shit right there. That's some dark Dune stuff going on. I mean, it's more of like an honored, noble thing that happens when it's like it is a great honor to be chosen to be a candidate for the Astral Knights. No one's forced into it though. No one's ever forced into it. but they build a system to continue, like, to be, how do you convince people to continue to do this as like youth? And they basically just do it with the honor and nobility of being one of the protectors of the elite guardians of the order. That's the way they handle it, I guess. There sounds more like Space Marine characters who are all volunteered and even survived the trials, but not becoming a Space Marine is considered a huge honor. Right, sure, yeah. Same kind of vibe, I guess. It's pretty dark though, isn't it, Legion? Government picked out a little over 100 6 to 7-year-olds at the pinnacle of genetics. Interesting. Clones kidnapped. Damn. Peak sci-fi. Yeah, it seems cool. Well, I want both. So, like, the Astronite wasn't supposed to be a class. It was supposed to be more like just like a narrative sort of thing. The only reason I made it a class before the Astral Sage is because Ella wanted it. And, like, those of you who've been around here long enough know that Ella can snap her fingers and I'll, like, do anything in the game for her first and foremost. I'll prioritize that thing. But, that's the only reason. I don't want people to think that the reason I'm releasing the Knight first is because it's, like, supposed to be its own independent thing that I really want. Like I don't encourage people to play Astral Knights. I don't. It's such a narrow story. Like there's so many restrictions and requirements to being an Astral Knight in canon. Now, I say in my Astral Knight design, like here, I'll read you what I wrote about the Astral Knights for players. This isn't on the thing, but this is in the document. Where is it? I'll read you what I wrote about the section playing an Astral Knight at the end. So, playing an Astral Knight. The following section is a guide to playing an Astral Knight in the realms of Eldara and is intended for players and game masters who wish to tell stories that fit within the grand tales of the realms. As always, the rules of this game are meant to serve the experience, not restrict it, and should never take precedence over the enjoyment of the table. That's me saying that even though I put a lot of restrictions on how to play an Astral Knight, if you don't want to, don't fucking worry about it, dude. Like, because I feel like D&D players have had this weird, like, copium trauma where they need permission to not follow the rules, I feel like I had to, like, you know, add that in there or whatever. That said, the Astral Knight possesses a powerful and distinct identity within Eldara, and this guide is designed with that identity in mind. The Astari are a heroic lineage. Their orders, culture, training, values, and magic are central to the core identity of every Astral Knight. As such, an Astral Knight, or all Astral Knights, must take the Astari initiative background. There's restriction 1. Additionally, due to their sacred oath to the order, they may not multi-class. That's restriction number 2 that people don't really like, but, you know, fair enough. Each Astari initiate is typically chosen in adolescence from among the Astral Sage traditions, selected for both their mental aptitude, their innate connection to the astral aura. Once accepted into the order, initiates undergo extensive study, rigorous training, and spiritual conditioning, emerging, if successful, as worthy of the title Astral Knight. And then there's a whole thing about training and whatnot. So, like, playing a knight is this, like, very narrow but very deep story. But, like, people will always try and play the exception. So, like, for instance, Astral Knights all use the longsword. They use their order longsword. That's it. And occasionally someone will be like, but I want to use a great axe. And I have to explain that if you're an Astral Knight, you don't want to use a great axe. And they're like, why not? I'm like, because the sword is better. I'm like, no, but I like axes more. I'm like, you like axes more. But after, like, a decade of indoctrination into the order, the longsword is your preferred weapon. There are many long swords, but this one is yours. And so the Astral Knight has a very narrow sort of story. It's a very deep story, and that's the trade-off. The more wide a story can be, the more shallow it is, which is fine. That's the way D&D does their classes, and people love it. But the more narrow it is, the more depth you can add to it. And that's the way I've designed the Knights. The Sage is a very wide but shallow class comparatively. The Knight is a very narrow but deep class. And it's kind of a mistake to release it first, I'm realizing, but again, it's the one that Ella wanted to play, so it kind of like that takes precedence in some ways over the, you know, the proper release schedule or whatever. Even if it's going to cause problems. Even if it's going to cause issues with some people. And it already has. People complain about it all the time. And it's like, bro, if you want to play Astral Knight that uses a fucking greatsword, like, go for it. I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to come to your house and, like, demand that you not do the thing. But, like, when I make an Astral Knight for the story and for the narrative, I have to follow the rule. I make the rules. You can be the exception if you want. But I have to make the rule convincing. Otherwise, it's not very, there's not much currency for you to withdraw from to tell your story with. So it's just a really specific story you're trying to tell, and for something akin to a module that makes sense. Sure, yeah. Yeah. And I'm okay with that. I'm not sacrificing the, like, the story of the night just to be able to fit it into more people's D&D games. I don't think you should play an Astral Knight unless you want to play that story. Unless you really love the mechanics and you just want to, like, use the mechanics. Like, go for it. Hey, whatever, man. But if you want to play an Astral Knight in the realms of Eldara the way they're intended to, you're gonna have a bad time if lore-wise, if you're trying to fit your knight in and not sort of adhere to kind of the way that the knights are seen in the world. Like more narrow and deep stuff like that a lot. It can be hard when you have a player who doesn't want to do that. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, as soon as I started like talking about the Astral Knight and how to play them, for like a week on stream, there was like nonstop, but what if I wanna, but this isn't like, what's the point of, like, just people really trying to push me into giving them like official permission to do something different. It's like, dude, you can do whatever you want. I don't care, but I'm not gonna like can't change the way the story works to canonize your character. Like, you canonize it yourself in your own version of the game. You don't need me to do that for you. You got this, dog. But there's like a weird thing where players like want to be the exception, but they want to fit within the story. They want it like to be official, and I kind of get it, but like at the same time, I can't budge on that. I have to be pretty resolute on it. I have to be I have to stand pretty firm on that and not let the desire for people to have the exceptions be something that I'm willing to like canonize for one person, which then reduces the currency for everyone else that comes after. You know what I mean? Welcome back, Brooklyn. So the interview went quite well, so fingers crossed. How's the lovely Astral Knight coming along? Pretty good. I'm enjoying the process. I'm pleased so far. I'm glad that the interview went well. That's dope. That's cool. We weren't too nervous. I don't know what it's like to interview for things, for real shit, so I don't know if like nerves are an issue, but I'm glad it went well. Hope you were calm, relaxed, and confident the whole time. Hope you get whatever you're looking for, whatever you're going for. I always have to resist doing like too much shading in their eyes as well, because their eyes are supposed to be kind of like illuminated just ever so slightly, so you can't like draw almost like any detail into them, but then you kind of have these like empty eyes if you don't. It's like a weird like thing to try and sketch. Very strange thing to try and sketch. Try, I will. They're throwing if they don't hire you. Exactly. Literally throwing. Like, report them for throwing. Get them banned. Right-click report. I'm telling you. Limitations of the class gives them more character. It's why I like 3.5 and Pathfinder Paladins over the newer interpretations. Yes, I agree. That's something that, like, so to me, we were talking about this a lot earlier. It's the idea of playing a role versus playing a character's backstory. I think that if you want the strongest individual story, the way to get there is to play the role well. But it's not intuitive, so nobody does that in modern era. And like you see things like Critical Role, love Critical Role, but they don't play the role, they play the character. It's why I like Critical Role Season 1 the most, because they played roles more than they played individual characters. And with playing the role, they fit into the story well, and I think that their individual character stories were stronger. So it's almost like to get the better result, you have to kind of let go a little bit. And that's why I think role-playing games are really phenomenal. So if you're willing to sort of play the archetype, you're willing to play the role, you're willing to sort of play within the narrow confines of something that's a story that you really like, the story that you create and build around it will have a much more solid foundation, and it'll fit much better as a piece into the narrative. As opposed to if you want to be, you have a group of 8 characters that are all the crazy exceptions. You know, when everyone's a crazy exception, then no one is. It's kind of like the art school dilemma, you know, where everyone that I went to at art school all dressed like different, but the thing is when all 20 of them got together, they all looked the same. And the punk rock thing to do at art school is to dress like proper, like, you know, professionally. I always tell a story about the guy that wore a 3-piece suit to art school, and he was the most original looking person that we'd ever see, you know, walking down the hallways, because everyone had their, you know, crazy art school attire. I think the same thing's true with storytelling in D&D. It's not intuitive. But if you let go and you play the role, you pick a very specific role you want to play in the story, a very specific story that has a lot of depth, you will fit so well into the narrative if you and your DM are on the same page, as opposed to the like the way that's more intuitive, which is to play, you know, the game where you're trying to constantly seek out being the exception, I guess. I don't know. It's a weird thing to cover. People have strong opinions about it. I get in trouble. I still think I'm right, though. A smidge nervous, but they were so nice and it was very easy. That's good, dude. They didn't ask you any Google level questions like how many ping pong balls can fit into the Empire State Building on a Thursday if the weather outside is purple. Damn, man. Winnipeg. Welcome to Winnipeg, Atari. I've never been to Winnipeg. It's close to Calgary. Winnipeg is as close to Calgary as one irrelevant city in the middle of nowhere, America is close to the other irrelevant city in the middle of the U.S. Americas. Yeah. About that. Yep. Yep. You're on the right track, Atari. Yeah, dude, are you gonna go to the mountains and shit? Because you'll be in Strathmore on Saturday, I believe, right? Are you gonna go out and do some mountain investigations and things around Calgary? Because there's a lot of cool stuff to do around Calgary, especially this time of year. A lot of cool shit to do. It's a nice area to explore, I think, personally. I'm a fan, I guess. Kind of. Still rather live on the other side of the mountains, but, you know, can't always have we one life. Sometimes we were born on the wrong side of the Rockies. Winnipeg is to Calgary much like Indianapolis is to Denver. Oh. That's the GameCon city, right? Or Gen Con. Gen Con? There you go. That's the one. That's the Gen Con place. I know my American geography. I know my America. I'm good at it. Well, if you are at Ren Fair, Atari, at the same time as +1 to hit and Illyria, and there's a convergence of Dragon's Claim members, that automatically becomes an Eldaracon. I hope you know that. There is a risk for an Eldaracon. Okay? Eldaracon can only happen when 2 Dragon's Claim members meet.
We recently had a mini Eldar Con at Gen Con, which is great. There is a risk of another mini Eldar Con, so you guys gotta be careful. And be careful, you'll find yourself neck deep in the realms, as it were. Oh, I gotta make my promos for you guys on the weekend. Oh, fuck, man. I got stuff to do today. Holy. When did I suddenly get so much so much new responsibilities? There we go.
Wi-Fi sucks here.
Yeah.
I'll catch the VOD.
That's because it's Winnipeg. I will say be careful. Winnipeg is the most dangerous city in Canada. Unironically. Stay out of the nasty parts of it. But thanks for the sub, man. Thanks for the tier 2. I appreciate it, Tari. Thank you, dude. Means a lot, man. You want to be a fighter that can cast spells, you absolutely can, but you'll never be as good as dedicated spellcaster. You'll have to dedicate resources into instead of your fighter abilities. Yeah. Yeah. Winnipeg, I think, is slightly more dangerous than Regina or Red Deer. It might not be more dangerous than Red Deer. I'm pretty sure Regina is the most dangerous city in Saskatchewan. Red Deer is the most dangerous city in Alberta, and I think Winnipeg is the most dangerous city in Manitoba. Joke's on them, Winnipeg's the only city in Manitoba. Fucking get rolled, Manitoba. Get dumpstered. Holy. Oh, thanks. Okay, yeah. You'll be fine. I'm just messing with you. It's perfectly safe if you don't go to the fucking the shadow part that Simba's not allowed to go to. My friend here was a stripper. Wait, what? They recently closed the one only strip club in town. Now she is putting herself out. She hires a DM for D&D campaigns. That's awesome, dude. Let's go, man. Let's go. DM for hire. I was considering doing DM for hire stuff, but the problem is no one could afford me. No one could afford me. I'm prohibitively expensive as a hireable DM. It's really a shame, man. It's really a tragedy. Yep. I remember my last group, Jackie was like, "Can we pay you?" I'm like, "What?" She's like, "Yeah, because I feel like we should be paying you." I'm like, "Why?" She's like, "Because you put so much work into it." I'm gonna gift you a bunch of subs every once in a while. I'm like, "Don't." She still comes in here and will throw me like 30 subs randomly. Like, we're not even playing D&D right now. Can you chill? Jackie Felling, man. Let's see if she wants to play D&D in the new campaign. Imagine telling people I hired a stripper for the party. She's gonna be our DMer campaign. Yeah, right. That's the start of the conversation you didn't think you'd hear. Like the face markings, they're cool. Do they have them with lore meaning? Yeah. So she's okay. So the part of Novalia that let me get the map in my head. The part of Novalia that she's from is populated by a combination. So this character is a bit of a cultural merging. There's a character by the name of Sabine, not Peerless Sabine. Sabine that existed before Peerless, the Peerless of Sabines. So this is Sabine Kernam, and Sabine is she is, I don't have the name of her species, race, whatever yet, but she's basically a member of this race species who are blue. That's their thing. They're blue. That's it. They're blue and they got pointy ears. What about it? But they also have these like face markings. So this character, Lalaha, she is a human, but she comes from that area of Novalia where half of it's humans, half of it is, or this area down here is blue, and she comes from right here, around here. So she has the cultural tradition of Novalia, and she has some of the cultural traditions of being blue. So that's why she has the Novalian hair markings, hair like tradition with the blue people fucking face markings. So she comes from like that area of both of them. Astrolites do sometimes have tattoos, but they usually have tattoos that are like their Astrolite rings or something like that. They don't have tattoos that are just these like kind of markings. So this is like a weird convergence of lore for this character. So it might be a bit confusing to try and like merge it all together, but I think that's what makes this characters like this interesting. So yes, there are important reasons for the markings. It's an incredible description of the Astrolite lore. Ah shit. I gotta make a video about it. I'm sorry. Are the blue people face tattoos 10 feet tall and have tails and commune with nature through their hair? No, they're like they're basically just like I think like stature wise, I think they're a little bit shorter than elves. So on average, like the blue folk, they're gonna be somewhere around like kind of like if you think like blood elf height. So slightly shorter on average, like maybe at the highest height, 6 feet tall for men and like 5'10" for women. Around there anyway. Whereas like humans can kind of hit that 6'2" range and that like 6'0" range. So they're more or less just blue elves. I'm like, there's like a big problem with I think fantasy that sci-fi doesn't suffer from, where sci-fi will create this weird sort of diverse cast of characters in like Mos Eisley or Jeddah or something without feeling constrained to have to explain the mythology of everyone. And so from a vibe setting standpoint, they do a much better job than a lot of fantasy does. And so I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to have blue elves. Well, why aren't they just elves that are blue? Because they're different. They're not elves. Well, what are they then? They're blue. But how does that make them different from an elf? Meanwhile, some fucking Redditor has an aneurysm because I'm not, you know, fitting into fantasy well enough for them. Somebody always gets upset about it. Just watch the fucking comments on TikTok. Actually, no, on YouTube. The YouTube comments are way more unhinged. The TikTok comments are actually pretty tame usually. I memorized. I can tell you D&D. Oh shit. Oh shit, dude. The Star of David? No. No, I don't have any religious symbols. Like a 6-pointed mandala, like you could say that the Star of David is in some ways a mandala. What? Wait, how do you Star of David? There we go. Yeah, you could say because you can form it with like that the same way with the Mandela tool, but the 6 points of the Astral Sage ring is actually different. So whenever I make Astral Sage runes, they're actually like floral like mandalas. The only reason why the Astral Knight one looks from a distance kind of Star of David is because the Astral Sage ones are floral like kind of petals. So all the shapes are very round and very like soft and curved, whereas the Astral Knight rings tend to be like more spiky and kind of gothic or whatever. So when you zoom out on an Astral Knight ring, it kind of has that like you can kind of like, I guess, like I see where people like see that association, but no, it's not. It's there's no reference there or whatever. I mean, unless you want to be a fucking Star of David, like toting Astral Knight, like go for it, bro. You make your own runes, dog. But no, it's a Mandela. You're always getting miffed with me for not having a bajillion races in my setting. Yeah, really? They're mad about it? People get mad about a lot of stuff on the internet. It's crazy. They're always mad. Why can't I play a kobold? Well, kobolds can exist, I think, if they are the correct kobold, which is the Warcraftian Ratman kobold. The inferior Lizardman kobold that D&D players have sucked the copium into believing is the true kobold is, I don't support that here. This is a Ratman kobold supporting safe space for the true, proper fans of kobolds. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wait, what layer was I on? Ah, shit. I was on the wrong layer. Ugh, damn it. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, we're good. I think. Let me just save to make sure. There's a high percent chance that I will regret this, but I'll just smush my layers together later. It'll be future Evan's problem, alright? Yep. Beautiful. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. There is like a non-zero chance that I make all the Astral Sage and Astral Knight Mandalas 8-pointed though. Just because a lot of people make that association. From like a long range check. And I don't want there to be like any sort of connection with sort of like a real world specific religions in Eldara. I don't want anyone feeling like disrespected or whatever, so I might change the mandalas all to an 8-pointed mandala just because then it's a little bit harder to miss, you know? And I'm willing to reiterate on designs, even when I'm pretty deep in them. Like this is an Astral Knight I'm drawing. Notice she's wearing chest armor. None of them have had chest plates on before. They all just have the gauntlets and the boots. But I'm changing it up a bit because I think it's a stronger design choice. And I could talk about that for an hour and a half, but since this is a D&D stream and not a concept art stream, no one will want to hear me talk about that for an hour and a half, except for maybe Thorkin. But he's too busy playing World of Warcraft, The War Within, to prep for Legion Remastered, or whatever it's called, Remix. He's the only one. Relax, I'm kidding. Relax, holy man. The lie, you want to hear the lore? No, this isn't lore, it's just like design stuff though. It's concept art things, not lore. That's the reason why I don't usually talk about concept arty stuff. I'll make a lot of concept decisions when I'm like streaming and doing stuff, but I will often just sort of like do it quietly to myself and then just try out an idea and people are like, wow, that looks different, I wonder why, you know. I'm like, good, nobody noticed. Okay, good. Excellent. The new Astral Knight's breastplate replace the armor feature they have? No, it would just add to it. Nope, it would just be part of it. Ceremonial plates would extend to them having a breastplate as well. With astral steel, not just their existing pieces. That's it. They still can't wear any armor other than their ceremonial plates as a class, but I'm sure people will ignore that rapidly. I'm sure people will ignore that rapidly and immediately because collecting loot in D&D is one of the most fun parts of the game, and I understand people are going to do that. And I'm not like gonna give permission in the lore to do that, but I understand people are gonna do that. And I'm not gonna like stomp my feet and huff about it for anything anyone does in their personal game, obviously. It's your version of the world, man. You be the exceptions. You tell me that story, Doug. You know?
Visitors, how exciting.
Yo, Cyrene, what's up, dude? It's been a minute. How you doing?
How projects been? How streams been? Holy. Guys, if you aren't following Cyrene, you want another amazing artist like me. I'm just kidding. If you want a real artist to follow, oh man. Go check out Cyrene. It's a good time over there. Good to see you, dude. Welcome in, everybody. We're doing some Astral Knight lore and art discussion today. Talking a little bit about concept art at the same time. It's a whole event. It's a whole day we're making of it. Good to see you, though. Welcome in, guys. All right. Okay. Stretch break. Stretch break. Thank you for doing the shout out command, please. Please and thank you, Ella. Sweating and did some comics. Okay. Fuck yeah. Let's go. Let's go, man. Comic work. Ooh, that's exciting. Man, I want to make a graphic novel so bad. Dude, I'm way too slow and I don't stylistically have that down. I want to do a graphic novel, comic, or something like that so bad. You have no idea. I'm always so impressed by the skill. I'll be a real artist one day like you. Not like my little peepo self. We're at that stage where I'm drawing and rendering the character's nose, and I need at least 3 people to tell me not to draw e-girl freckles in this character. I think I've drawn e-girl freckles on at least one character in the last, like, month, and I have to limit it to once a month. I think my budget's already spent. There's like a non-zero chance that Brooklyn spent my budget for like 3 months worth of that, and I'm still recovering from that, so... Do it? No, I can't. I can't. No. No.
Needs more e-girl freckles.
Damn it, you can't just TTS that at me. That increases the likelihood I'm gonna do it now, Azalea. God damn it. God damn it. Come on, bro. The exact opposite of what I wanted. Thanks for the bits, though. I appreciate it. Only one of your characters had the cutie girl freckles. Okay, yeah, but she did not just have, dude. She did not just have. Okay, she had enough cute e-girl freckles for. The fuck's what is this? Brooklyn, dude, dog. Wait, is it Addie? It was Addie, right? No, it wasn't Addie. What the fuck? Who was it? Yeah. Oh, who the hell are e-girl freckles? It was Bliss. Bliss had so many e-girl. Dude, Bliss had enough e-girl freckles that that spent my budget for like a month and a half. Okay? She had them e-girl freckles and that pout. Okay? That's a deadly combination. So, I'm still recovering from that. Still. Even today, it's your fault. Freckles are a gnarly scar. So, to be honest, the scars would track. Having like nasty ass scars all over Astral Knights is like absolutely something that tracks for them. This specific Astral Knight, not really, because she's supposed to have a bit of a different aura to her in the design. But when I'm doing other Astral Knights, oh man, you best believe they're gonna be scarred up like the fucking clan and wait, what are they? Clan mech jockeys from literally any clan focused BattleTech book or game or whatever. So yeah, it's a deadly combo. Be like $20 extra to add more freckles in addition to the regular freckles and scars. Yeah, you could microtransact in more freckles if you want, I guess. They get expensive though. Each freckle costs 100 bits. So, I don't know. I don't know, man. It's pretty bad. You could earn an entire crumb just trying to freckle up one character. It's not worth it. Trust me, I've been there. hell? Okay, why is this Photoshop? Oh, right, we're good. Photoshop was having a moment. It was in its feelings for a second there. I had to resolve that shit with it. You're saying there's a chance?
How many e-girl freckles does this get?
Oh god. Oh man. Oh god, that's like 20 freckles, dude. Holy shit. Alright. Fuck it. Alright. Azalea microtransacted it. Fine, man. Fine. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 17, 18, 19, and 20. There you go. Good God, man. That, dude, 20 bucks? That almost buys you a beauty mole. Holy. Good God. Y'all getting serious on that. Fine. Jeez, man. Fine. Let it be known that Azalea has microtransacted e-girl freckles on Master Lalahal Morale for 20. I can't believe you fucking meebles. Or wait, was that for the dragon or was that for her? Oh no, did you mean to oh shit, did you accidentally microtransact e-girl freckles for her when you meant to microtransact e-girl freckles for the dragon? Oh no, dude. That's a shame, man. God. Oh well. Guess I can throw some e-girl freckles on the dragon too for you. Yeah. In fact, ABA streams are pay to win. I guess. Look, I can call you an asshole for saying it, but I'm not calling you wrong. I've admitted my streams are pay to win since the very beginning. You know that I will allow any amount of shit talking through bits. I don't tolerate shit talking for free, okay? If you're gonna call me bad at art, you best be doing that with TTS. If you want to do it with TTS, you're allowed to. That's totally fine. That's acceptable.
Wait, the dragon can get e-girl freckles? Bet? Consider it done.
What's wrong with you? Oh god. Oh my god, what? The dragon's now gonna have e-girl. You're gonna put 20 cute dragon freckles on Azathran the Destroyer? Alright, well, consider it done. Wow, dude, that's crazy, man. Who would have thought in this economy? We're out here paying upgrades for our dragons to have e-girl freckles too. Oh my god. You're gonna have people asking what her Insta is. Holy. Thanks for the tips, Azalea. I appreciate that. Memes aside, meme lording aside, I appreciate it. It's very generous of you. Thank you for supporting the stream, for supporting my dumb little art self. It means the world. I appreciate you. Beauty mole and freckles on the dragon? Whoa. Listen. Dude, what if I made that? What if I made the pay to win character? Right? I had like a full thing where it was like, hold on. Oops. Oop. I had like a whole like guide where I had like pouty lips is like $35. Like cheek beauty mole is like 25 bucks. You have like freckles are like $1 each. You know, you had like eye smolder, like degrees of smolder from like $10 to $50 along the sliding scale of smolder. Holy bro, dude, that's the new way to make art. I had no idea. God damn. I'm sitting here like a chump just doing character stuff for people. What the fuck, man? You want scars? You want a lip scar? Bro, you want the Ella Blackwood lip scar? How much, dude, is that the most expensive feature you can buy? Like how much does the Ella Blackwood lip scar cost? That's like, dude, that's like a prestige tier. The Ella Blackwood lip scar is easily like $100, man. That's like, holy God, can you imagine if I'm just handing out lip scars for free? Good God, that's the, oh God, they're the creative. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. I swear to God, I'm memeing. Each of my characters would cost like $800. You drop money for the lip scar? Oh my God, holy man. Top tier crowdfunding. I think crowdfunding is too generous of a term here, okay? You know, unless chat's crowdfunding for a person's commission. Like Brooklyn bought the request on Coffee, but you guys can pay for the upgrades for her. Holy man. Yeah, the black, because like what does Ella have? She has the full $50 lip, like, dude, okay, Ella's got the full, she's got the full $50 smolder. She's got the $80 nose scar. She's got the $100 prestige lip scar. She's got the $30 beauty mole. Oh my God, dude. Can you imagine? Holy. When did Ella become so paid? Thank God Ella didn't get pointed ears. She's got like probably the $15 braid times 2. She got it on both sides. She got the, dude, Ella's got one of the most expensive rare features. She got the $98 chicken feathers. Bro, she got them $98 chicken feathers. Holy. Is there a package rate for the whole thing? You want the Ella Blackwood, dude? Bro, the Ella Blackwood has no discounts. In the in-game store, the Ella Blackwood is like, what is this? This is like $400, man. Oh my God. Oh, she's got the pouty lips too. I forgot. She got the chin lip dimple. Shit. I had no idea that I was this shameless. Absolutely shameless. People have no idea how much Brooklyn's characters cost. It's crazy, man. All the upgrades on Coffee. That'd be so funny if I added those as upgrades on Coffee. Oh my God. Would people think it's funny, or would they think that I'm serious? If I added a $100 upgrade for a lip scar on Coffee. That's so funny. I might, no, I can't do that. I can't even do it as a joke, right? I can't do it as a joke. I can't add an upgrade on Coffee requests for a $100 lip scar. Imagine you're someone from TikTok, you're some random person from TikTok, you're like, what the fuck is this, man? This idiot wants $100 for a lip scar? What in the God? What? Come on, man. God damn. Phoenix Chicken Aarakocra. Uh-oh. Someone will pay that. Yeah. That's my last art commission I'll ever do. Because the internet will cancel me. You pay enough money, I just draw your character as Ella Blackwood. Yeah, you just get Ella Blackwood. That's it. Yeah, sorry, man. Sorry. You wanted your character, you paid for the Blackwood upgrade. Instead of your character, you just get a sketch of Ella Blackwood. Oh my God. I should make an unironic video for April Fools on how to monetize as an artist. Maybe I don't even do it for April Fools. Maybe I just do an entire video on how to monetize for as an artist and talk about premium upgrades in your piece. Like you can offer a base rate for your clients, but then you have premium upgrades like lip scars and freckles. You just charge $1 per freckle. How fast would I end up on Reddit? I'd probably make it a week, right? Before the first person comes into my chat and calls me an asshole. I'd probably do a week. Yeah. Please drop an extra 50 so my bard can seduce the dragon easier. Okay, dude. Okay. All right. Yeah, you get a higher charisma score. I actually did that once. I made a, oh god, this was like 2 years ago, but I made a piece of a portrait, of just a character portrait for somebody, and they were like, they made a joke about how if like their character was this attractive, then they should have a charisma higher than 14. So I wrote them a note to their DM. I'm like, your player has officially has commissioned me, which comes with a +1 guaranteed charisma bonus. And the DM thought it was funny. They gave it to them. So like, there's precedent for this. It would be good rage bait. That's a good point. If I release on April Fool's, no one will be mad. But if I do it on like, I don't know, just the middle of October, you know somebody's gonna get pissed. Aged lip scar comes increase the character's charisma by 1 per scar. Yes. Well, isn't that one of my best videos where I talk about how characters come with, like, I think literally one of my most viewed videos is me making a meme about this. It was about not TPKing your players or whatever. I don't remember. I made a video where I basically talked about how my commissions came with like anti-death protection or whatever. And somebody on TikTok was like, God, you can't do that. Use the artist have no control over what happens from your art when a person uses their D&D game. That's awfully presumptuous that you'd think that just because you drew their character for them, that their DM would spare them any kind of, like, consequences for their actions as a player. And my favorite kind of YouTube comment or Instagram or TikTok is always when there's an obvious joke and somebody doesn't get it. Because you never know if they're serious. You never know if they're also leaning into it. Or if they're actually mad. You just don't know. It's impossible to know. It's like, do I make fun of them? Do I go along with it? Like, you just have to go along with it. You have to assume that they're being self-aware. And they know that it's a joke, right? You have to assume. Here, because you guys paid for the because you guys microtransacted so hard for the freckles, I'll give you the free lip part, the Instagram influencer lip part pose. It's a variation, a premium upgrade from the pout. The amount of lip part that happens is directly correlative to the pay to win of the character. We're going to give her a slight lip part. How about that? Aren't I generous? The jokes went over my head, damn. Yeah, don't worry about Slasian, you're on top of it. Some people are, you put the bar on the ground and they grab a shovel. It's unfortunate, but it happens. 20 scars, 20 charisma, yeah. Something along those lines, right? Damn, that's a lot of charisma bonus. Bro, you got like 36 charisma. Well, I am a paladin. Holy. Holy Giga Chad, makes sense. There's like lots of comments on videos, like older videos. I don't do as many like meme videos like that now. But when I was like memeing hard for a couple weeks there, when I was posting videos in like March or April or whatever, I would get like a comment a day of somebody who wouldn't get a joke and would get like mad about something. A lot of people would get mad at my character ideas, like the one where I talk about a paladin that forgot her oath. The joke is that she's like doing good things and she doesn't know what she's doing, so she's just like, I don't know, is this the right paladinly thing to do? And she keeps asking her gods. And I got like, there's like 8 comments in that video on YouTube alone, I think, that are like, oh, paladins don't answer to gods anymore, they answer their oaths, so she wouldn't know what her, she can't forget her oath because she had to swear it. She's not just a paladin of a god anymore. And then people defending it, being like, actually, you can play a paladin however you want. And there's like this war of like D&D players in the comments of the video. Just having a battle of wills. Over fucking nothing. Perfect. Perfect tattoo placement. Perfect your tattoo placement. Excellent. So perfect, in fact, I'm going to merge layer down, so I can't fix it now. Paladin get more play than the Bard. They just don't brag. They actually do, right? That's the issue. Male Half Ranger who works as a mercenary and special item producer has got a few scars and shows them off proudly because being good enough to not wear armor in his profession is a flex. That's rad. I like that. Yeah, that's fun. Please redraw any character from my series Danger Island. Episode 1 is called Danger Island. Episode 1 keeping up with the Danger Islanders. I mean, my coffee requests are open. I think. I don't know. They should be up there. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't looked recently. I just saw that I opened them up for September and like half of them are gone now, so. You have to go see there. All right. Give her some more jewelry, not just the ornamentation in the hair. But I do need to do more things like this hair clip, so don't let me finish this piece without adding stuff like that. They're really open, and I've got an Elf Ranger to bid for. I think they are, actually, but I said that I would open them late summer for the fall. I think I opened a bunch of slots, and I'm not sure how many are still left, but... Yeah, I'll give you a free lip scar package, Salasian. That's right, because you're a stream viewer. Not a big fan of the paladin not having God as their paladin for. It's the whole, it's tied to your oath. They think 5e did, feels too broad and open. So that's like what I mean by 5th edition and D&D cast a shallower, wider net. Right? The whole idea of being like a generally good aligned warrior of light or whatever in the name of a generalized oath, that allows you, because the problem is you had the whiners and the complainers that are like, I want to be a paladin but I don't want to swear an oath to a god. And rather than WotC just saying, all right, then don't be a godless paladin, I don't fucking know, like, what, go do what you want, nerd, like, you've my permission to not play D&D rules as written. Rather than doing that, they're like, oh shit, okay, we got to just cast the wide net. You know, we just got to make sure everyone can feel like they can play whatever character they want. So no more oaths and gods and whatever, you know. So that's the Astral Knight. The Astral Knight's a much more narrow story. Whereas a lot of paladins in 5e, people don't like the paladin anymore in the same way, because it isn't like you are a conduit of this one, you know, you're a chosen divine whatever, you know. So there's a lot of people who are pretty mad about that. And honestly, anecdotally, and this, I could be completely off base and out of like touch with people, I'm almost positive that like every D&D player that I've played with in 5th ed, I feel like almost everyone that played a paladin basically still has a god. They are like an oath of devotion paladin, but they serve this as this god or that god or whatever, you know. Wasn't the issue the paladin was with a god is basically just a melee cleric with shitty spells? I mean, that's the, again, the wide nets that they cast. They made cleric and paladin overlap a bit too much. If you treated a cleric more like a priest from World of Warcraft and made them a harder spellcaster and made them hammer less, but then you make the paladin hammer harder, then they fit into their own niches. But then you have the cleric whiners who want to hammer hard, and you have the paladin whiners who want to spell hard. And now neither of them are happy. And so you have to cast the widest nets and then try and like remove the bits that make them individual and unique. So it's not necessarily a bad way of doing it, but the resulting issue is that when you remove more and more identity to make things not overlap and feel like they compete or whatever, then you remove the soul from it. Like, I don't know if you've played a lot of like 2nd edition, 3rd edition, 4th edition Maximus, but that's like one of the things that like clerics and paladins didn't really overlap as much. They had their own niches in older editions. Now that they can kind of do more of the same, it's a little bit different. Like, clerics were nowhere near as martially proficient in older editions of D&D as they are now. You can definitely hit shit hard as a cleric, but you know, back in the before time, your cleric wasn't hammering anything very hard, right? And your paladin wasn't clericing very hard. So I don't know. It's not necessarily a bad thing that Wizards chose, because it allows more people to play what they want, but it does have its consequences and like its downsides. And I think this whole like argument of whether or not paladins should have gods or not is one of those sort of like negative things. They had to add that in to make it feel, you know what I mean? Like feel better or whatever. I don't fucking know. I don't know, dog. I don't know what the right answer is. All I know is WotC isn't necessarily making everybody happy right now. Or maybe they shouldn't even try, because there's always going to be the complainers. Somebody's always going to be a complainer. You just kind of gotta kind of deal with it, I guess. But I guess if there's no complainers, then it's like nobody cares what you're doing, so the worst thing you could have is people being apathetic about it. Apathy is the real thing that kills it. That's where good ideas go to die, is apathy. Give her some of them nice cheekbone shades in there. Yeah, something like that. All right, hand cramping. Lady Aruchis, I hope I got that right. Thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you. Paladins from First to 4 having been a conduit of virtues from the god. 5 remove the god part by forcing in oaths. Yeah, right. Paladins definitely should have spells, channeling, holy magic. It's like half of what separated them from a fighter or barbarian. Yeah, I always loved the kind of the way the paladins sort of fit into that multiple, I don't know, like they hit everything for me. They could fight martially hard enough that I felt like I wasn't lacking in taking paladin, that I felt like I could kind of keep up with the fighters and be useful. But they also, you know, could still do things like lay on hands and cast some low level spells and whatnot. The 4 times paladins didn't get spells until either 3rd or 5th level, and you had stayed, if you strayed from your alignment, you lost everything and became a regular fighter. Yeah, I still do enforce alignment a little bit with paladins. There is a divine something or another watching you that encourages you to... I make the alignment system something that you can game a little bit. So whether that's good or bad, you can still game it. But anyway, that's going to be it for today, my friends. So I think we got some good progress on this character. Spent a little time yapping about Astral Knight lore, so I hope you guys didn't mind that. I went deep on that one, which was kind of funny. But hope you guys enjoyed your stay, though, regardless. Ooh, wait, am I recording? There we go. Pog Champion. All right, I will see you guys tomorrow. We got to prep for D&D tomorrow night because I got a TPK happening tomorrow evening. We have stumbled basically accidentally into the villain's lair at the beginning of the game when we didn't mean to. So I know Ashley said this game wasn't going to go on very long. I didn't realize she meant that we were going to go on for a little ways and then she was going to TPK us in a fit of rage. But maybe if we have some strategies for how to avoid that tomorrow, you guys can help me out with that one. Either way, I will see you tomorrow for all kinds of more Astral Knight lore and development stuff. And then Friday, I should be live on Friday because I'm not going to be at Ren Fair on Friday. I'm only going in Saturday, so I should be able to be live on Friday. And then Saturday about Ren Fair. And then next Monday, I'll have stories. I'll have stories of bearded men with turkey legs fighting themselves because they're too drunk. Kids beating the shit out of each other with sticks. What else happens at Ren Fair? I don't know. Ren Fair's great. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Until next time, my friends. Thanks for chilling. And farewell.